morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretania, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good morning. If you could please connect to the headset.
Sí.
There is contact, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Brian Enrique Polanco Jiménez.
Brian Enrique Polanco Jimenez.
Sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation in 20 CF 14874. The allegations are that you committed the criminal offense of trespass and failed to successfully complete 50 hours of community service. There's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. All right, good luck, sir.
¿Y cuándo es?
And when is it going to be?
I'm sorry?
¿Cuándo es la corte?
When do I have to return to court?
I don't have access to that information, but you have no bond, so at this time, what will happen is they'll transport you for your next court date. If you call the number on that green piece of paper, ask to speak with your attorney, they'll be able to find your next court date.
Y quería preguntarle algo de que aquí me pasó y no he tratado de resolver y no me han dicho que están investigando, pero no me han dicho nada. Que a mí me...
And I also wanted to ask you something about something that happened to me here. And they have told me that they are investigating, but they haven't gotten back to me.
Que cuando yo entré aquí, yo no entendía lo que me estaban diciendo, que me tiraron una foto y me cogieron, me pusieron la esposa, me tiraron al piso y me dieron, yo te puedo ver en la foto, que me dejaron todo y no sé qué hacer.
That when I came here, I couldn't understand what they were saying. So they threw me on the floor, they hit me, and they handcuffed me. And you can see in the picture here how I was left. And I don't know what happened with that.
No
Sir,
sé qué hacer.
I don't know
No sé
about
qué
that
hacer.
either.
Que no sé qué.
I don't know what to do.
So when you call your attorney, you can ask your attorney about that. I don't control the investigations. That's up to law enforcement. So it'll be up to them to resolve that investigation.
Yo hablé con el abogado de mi caso y no me hizo caso y lo que no sé qué hacer, que aquí llamo, ¿qué hago?
I already talked to the attorney that's assigned to my case, and he didn't do anything, and I don't know who to call. What do I need to do?
Ms. George, do you have any recommendations for your new client?
I don't know if he had an attorney, maybe on the prior cases. If you call the number, I'll put a note in our system to let the attorney know about the situation, and see if there's anything that we can do from our point.
All right, thank you, Ms. George.
¿Podría llamar a la policía? Voy a llamar a la policía porque me dieron, porque a mí me metieron aquí porque yo, por una cosa, entonces a mí me dieron aquí y no puedo meterlo preso a él. Voy a llamar a la policía.
Can I call the police? Because they hit me. They arrested me, they brought me here, and they hit me. Can I call the police on them?
Yes, you can.
Pero desde aquí.
From here?
Yes.
Okay.
You have access to phones here,
Okay.
so you can call the police and you can call your attorney.
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir. Is that all we have for Spanish speaking this morning?
Yes,
Could the interpreter make a call in the audience to see if we have any witnesses present who need your services?
Algunas de las personas que se encuentran aquí presentes como testigos necesitan los servicios del intérprete al español.
No hands. I see no hands. All right, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please tell me your name, sir.
Randy Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here in 21 CF 15295, charged with domestic battery by strangulation. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit. There is probable cause for this charge. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does either party wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, I don't know if the first information sheet I have is updated, so 1 second.
I showed 2 prior failures to appear. His last conviction was in 2013.
So I don't have any of that, Your Honor. So the state has no argument at this time.
All right. I see prior convictions for battery, tampering with a witness. I see an arrest for a probation violation, but I don't see a conviction.
What I'm seeing via CCIS is some drug history, some traffic history, a 2002 misdemeanor adjudication on a violation of an injunction, a 2002 tampering and battery and drug offense, and then other theft and drug offenses, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would just ask that you take into consideration, he hasn't had any type of issue since 2013 was the last conviction that I see on this phase sheet. So I just ask that you take that into consideration when setting the bond.
I do believe that's correct.
All right. At this time, sir, your bond is $5,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Thank you, sir. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Were you 2 living together? All right, you cannot now. I'll order you must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand? Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name, sir.
William Campos.
You're here in 21 CF 14252 because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violation of an injunction and aggravated stalking. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, I just ask that you take into consideration he doesn't have any criminal history that I can see. And it appears he was allegedly following the vehicle, but I would just argue that I didn't see any type of violence. So I just ask that you consider all of those factors.
Thank you. What says the state?
Your Honor, there is an active injunction, I think active and final injunction in place against Mr. Campos with the same victim. It is alleged that he has violated it before, as well as he does have a current open also violation of an injunction. I'm aware state can ask this court to hold him no bond. There are no other reasonable conditions of bond that would secure his presence, as well as secure the safety of this victim as well as the community. However, state's not asking for that at this time due to the victim's limited criminal history. State would just ask for a reasonable bond on the 14252 case, and state's asking that you revoke his bond on the 7451, as he did bond on that case on 10/22, which was before the alleged incident in this instant case.
Give me a moment. I've opened up the other case. I don't have the affidavit for that warrant.
Out on bond?
Yes. It's not in the court file that I can see. I don't know if I'm just missing it. Hold on, maybe it's connected to something else. No, I just have the warrant.
I did too, Your Honor. I couldn't see it.
Huh. That's unusual.
I have it, Your Honor. If you
Oh, you have the affidavit?
It's part of our discovery document. 1, 2, 3 pages.
Hold on.
The date of incident appears to be October 17th.
What are the facts that led to it?
It is alleged that she was walking in the garage, she exited her vehicle, began walking towards the downtown corridor. She was accompanied by several friends. She observed the defendant operating his vehicle at a high rate of speed and almost hit over their vehicle. After passing the victim, he backed his vehicle into a parking spot and stared at her. She made eye contact with him. She said she froze when he saw me. I took a picture and called 911 and ran. And that was the basis, Your Honor. She states that she's in fear for her life, believes Mr. Campos wants to kill her, says it's been an ongoing issue for approximately three months. That was back in October. And that is the factual basis for 7451.
All right, thank you.
And again, he bonded on that on 10/22.
All right, sir. At this time, hold on, let me pull this back up one moment. On count 1, your bond will be $5,000. On count 2, your bond will be $25,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim in this case or any witness. Now, Mr. Campos, you've been ordered by at least 3 judges to have no contact with this victim. The facts that are in front of this court are pretty clear that you are not following court orders. So I want to make sure today that I'm very clear about my order. Do you understand what no contact means?
I do understand what that means.
You cannot speak to her. You cannot text her. You cannot send a message through friends or family. You cannot call her on the phone. You cannot send a message through social media. You must comply with all the conditions of the injunction.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have not done any of those things. I just want you to know on a personal level that I...
Don't talk about the facts.
Okay.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition.
Your
You
Honor?
can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. In the no contact order, it says that you can't be within 500 feet of her vehicle. Do you understand that?
Yes. Can I ask a question?
You can ask anything you wish. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
What's your question?
Just I'm trying to avoid her as much as possible, but there's...
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Did you see it flashing, or is it just me? See? Yeah. Can we stop that, or? That is something. Oh, what? All right. And at this time, sir, I'm revoking your bond and you're out on bond case. Good luck, sir.
And I believe he has a private attorney. Is that correct, for the out on bond?
Oh, does he?
Yes. So you're gonna have to call.
So you'll want to call your attorney, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Andrew Henderson.
Oh. Did I do that? You're here in 21 CF 15258, charged with aggravated battery and battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good morning, sir. Did you wish to testify this morning?
No. I don't.
Did you say I don't?
Yeah, I don't wish to testify.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, sometimes it's hard to hear in here, so I appreciate that. Your bond is $2,500 on count one, $100 on count two, with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
No.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. Please tell me your name, sir. Sir, you're here in 21 CF 15279, charged with possession of cocaine with intent to sell, resisting an officer without violence, and providing false identification to a law enforcement officer. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Did you have any arguments, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor.
I agree with you. I reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. I'll stay your bond at $15,000 on count one, $100 on counts 2 and 3 each. With special conditions, you cannot possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You cannot have contact with any known drug dealers.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the co-defendant.
You can have no contact with the co-defendant in this case. And in 20 CF 9811, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with aggravated battery on a pregnant person. Another judge has already found probable cause in that case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond on that charge, excuse me, will be $5,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Were you two living together? You cannot now. I'll order you maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say no weapons?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Oh, wait. You have a hold, actually you have two, Volusia and Osceola County. So I don't know what those are right now. I don't know if there's warrants that'll be served on you, but I just wanted to let you know you have holds for two other counties. All right, good luck. Sir, please tell me your name.
Daniel Joseph Kinnick.
You have two warrants in 21 CF 15296. A warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, domestic battery by strangulation, false imprisonment, domestic violence, assault, domestic violence, and battery, domestic violence. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Ma'am.
Sir, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
You can ask anything you wish, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I don't know if she was in a separate county, and she's not even near in Orange County. So I just wanted to let you know.
So he just wants you to know, Your Honor, that he did go to trial with this victim before and won for similar allegations, and that she lives in a different county from him. So he wants you to consider that when setting the bond amount, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Anything the state? Well, let me address the other warrant, 21 CF 15272. A warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with aggravated assault with a weapon, domestic violence. Again, another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case as well. Did the state did you wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, state was just, the allegations in both at this point are just allegations. However, they both are pretty frightening and concerning to the state. Also, Mr. Kinnick's history is also kind of concerning to the state regarding the allegations that he's facing today. I believe his last conviction was also a battery. He has his last failure to appear was recently in 2019.
I was in jail.
He was incarcerated.
I was incarcerated, that's why.
Your Honor, in addition to his other history, I believe there's other batteries, other assaults, other violent history of lewd and lascivious battery on a victim between 12 and 16. And several other violent offenses. So state's just concerned regarding the allegations that he's facing in both of these warrants. They are close in time. They do include the same victim and regarding his history.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor. And I do believe he's a military. He served in the Navy, Your Honor. So I just asked you to take all those things.
Ma'am, I mean, I take care of two children, and this has just been, huh? Okay.
Your Honor, I understand Mr. Kinnick continuing to want to be heard. However, when law enforcement made contact with the victim, she did have 2 black eyes and her lip appeared to be swollen. So the victim did have injuries on her person when law enforcement did make contact with her.
All right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Kinnick, your bond on the aggravated assault with a weapon, that's 15272. Your bond on that charge will be $15,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with this victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
In 15296, oh wait, I'm in the wrong case. Your bond will be $15,000 on the false imprisonment, $5,000 on the domestic battery by strangulation, $5,000 on the tampering with a witness, $500 on each assault and battery. Hold on. Let me pull up that case.
These two separate, I don't have it. They are.
There's two separate warrants.
One is allegedly 1130. That is the ag assault with a weapon. And then the other is 1127 through 1130.
1127 through 1130?
Uh-huh.
What possibly happened on the same day as well?
No, it says 1127 and it goes into grabbing her by her throat, pulled her down, punched her in the face several times, kicked her in the ribs, smothered her with a pillow. It was
But that was on 1127.
1127. And that is the tampering, strangulation, imprisonment affidavit. So approximately 3 days apart.
The conditions in this case are you can have no contact whatsoever with the victim. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. And you can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages.
Your Honor, would you consider reducing one of the, I believe it was count 2, you also said at 15,000. He has one charge that's at 15,000.
I set the false imprisonment at 15, and then the strangulation at 5,
Okay,
and the tampering at 5.
okay.
I would not consider reducing those at this time. He'll have to file a motion in front of his trial judge.
No, I thought it was 15.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kinnick, you're also, I show a registered sex offender. You have to comply with all of your reporting requirements while you're out on bond. Do you understand that? All right, good luck, sir. Good morning. Please tell me your name. You're here in 21 CF 14834 because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with battery with one prior battery. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Give me one moment. Couldn't this also be great bodily injury? If there's a broken bone?
Yes, Your Honor, due to the fracture. I'm sure the state will file it that way. Downtown.
All right.
Your Honor, state would also have you take into account his criminal history, particularly his out-of-state history. He has a violation of a no-contact order for a different victim.
He has an active injunction with a different victim.
Well, it's an active injunction.
And 2 violations of a no-contact order. 2 prior to failures to appear. The last one was in, well, it says 2017, but then up there it says 2019, so I don't know. All right, sir, your bond on this is $10,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Were you 2 living together?
No.
All right.
I think that's.
Your
I
Honor,
don't even know who I'm here for because it doesn't even say on my paper. The one in 2019, that was my baby mom's Emma Injurnes.
No. This happened on the 14th of November, 2021.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't live with her. No.
All right. You can't return to her residence for any reason or be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment. You cannot have contact with any witness in this case. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't possess or consume alcoholic beverages. You'll be subject to random alcohol screens. You cannot go to any bar. So you cannot be in a bar. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Now? Okay, yes. Good morning, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Kendall Jackson.
All right, Ms. Jackson, you're here in 21 CF 15282, charged with battery, domestic violence, 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, and 2 counts of resisting an officer with violence. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
yes, Your Honor, on the resistings with violence, I would ask that she does qualify for a pretrial release. I just ask that you take into consideration the mental health issues that were mentioned in the arrest affidavit, as well as these resisting without violence they're stemming from the same incident.
With violence.
With violence are stemming from the same incident, Your Honor. So I'd ask, it looks like she qualifies for pretrial release. I would ask for, on one of the resistings, you at least give her a straight pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, the state cannot sustain a conviction for 2 resisting withs. So the state's just asking the ROR as to count 5. In response to counsel's request for pretrial release, the state would just ask for bond with pretrial release subject to 907.041. She also potentially would be a good candidate for mental health pretrial release. I know the history regarding that program and this court. However, she may be a good candidate given that she has no criminal history. She may be accepted. I'm not sure.
So even though there are multiple officers involved, the state can't sustain a conviction for 2 counts?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought it was just for resisting withouts, was my understanding of the case law, that we could not have multiple convictions of withouts. However, Ms. George brought the jury instruction for resisting with, and it states that also you cannot do it for resisting with. And it cited case law. I can bring
I'm
it.
gonna have to read that case law.
Yep. It says it is Wallace v. State, Your Honor, and it states that an issue under the current law, a defendant can commit only 1 count of resisting with violence, even if several officers are involved in the same event.
Wow.
My understanding was that only applied to withouts, not withs.
Right, but
However, counsel brought that to my attention, so state has no objection to ROR as to count 5.
all right, ma'am. I'm going to have you screened for mental health pretrial release. If you don't qualify for that, I'll place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount. Your bond on count 1 will be $100. Counts 2 and 3 will be $500 each. Count 4 will be $500, and I'll release you on your own recognizance as to count 5. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim of count 1. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just to be clear, the count 1 through 4 was those bonds with PTR?
Yes. I'll also order that you must comply with any physician's orders and take medications as prescribed. All right, good luck, ma'am. Henderson. I already did it? Oh.
Who are you here for?
Client William Campos.
Okay. What section is he in?
I'm sorry,
What section?
I'm not sure.
What's he charged with?
This was an egg stalking.
Okay.
I believe he was already called, Your Honor.
What?
It's an ag stalking.
Tell me the name again.
Campos.
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor, it was the one that was already called out.
Was a bond,
I remember him.
Yes.
was a bond set, Judge?
A bond was set, but his out on bond was revoked.
I revoked, so we're addressing William Campos, 21 CF 14252. Counselor, I set a bond on the new case and revoked his bond on his out on bond case,
Okay, so
which I believe is what you represent him in.
I represent him on both.
You do?
I
Okay.
tried to file an NOA here that's on the computer, but I couldn't find the case number for the new case, but I am on the old case.
All right, I can,
Can we set a bond hearing, please? It's a very unusual family situation, and he needs a bond set. And
hold on one second, let me ask. Have you guys already put this in? Because I can not appoint the PD if we haven't already filed it. All right, so on the new case, you are representing him, or you will file the notice of appearance?
yes, Your Honor, I just need to make sure I have the right, I was informed the case number is 2021 CF 014252.
Yes.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have that on my notice of appearance.
Okay, so then I'll not appoint the public defender in this case?
I just couldn't get it to go on the e-portal, that's.
Yeah, technology saves your life most of the time, but on occasion, can't work with it, so I totally understand. So actually, the bond hearing should be heard by Judge Alvaro. But if you want to, we can recall his case and you can make arguments this morning, but I'm willing to entertain it. But if you're going to file a bond motion, it has to be in front of Judge Alvaro.
I'd rather go ahead and have it this morning if you can, Judge. It's one of those situations where his families, I've known them for a long time, and they have, this isn't about a criminal case, this is about a family law case.
All right, let me see. Can we have him brought back up? It'll just take a few minutes and we'll keep going while they're bringing him up.
Okay, thank you.
In that one, so that they're not appointed. Why don't, just keep it because I don't know. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Taylor.
All right, good morning, Mr. Taylor. You're here in 21 CF 15262, charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I reviewed the affidavit. I do find there's probable cause for this charge. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $5,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Were you two living together?
Yeah, we'll stay with each other. Yeah, 'cause we're moving out.
Wait, do you have your own place? Okay, so I'm going to order you must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Wait, I can't hear you.
His grandmother has his stuff already, Your Honor.
Okay, so you don't need a one-time return? All right, so strike that. Ms. May, did this occur, can you tell me where this occurred, her place or his? I'm going to order a not return.
Your Honor, I do not have the victim's address. However, it appears it occurred at Crosby Motor Inn.
All right, sir, I'm going to order that you cannot return to the Crosby Motor Inn. All right, good luck, sir. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Grand Rising. My name is Rashid Burrell.
21 MM 8404. Sir, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. I'm going to order that while you're here in the courtroom and there's a witness, you need to look at me or that wall. Don't look at the witness. Do you understand?
Mhm.
You have to answer out loud.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Did you wish to testify? All
Yes, ma'am.
right, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Trinae Crystal Gale. Last name is spelled Gayle.
May I inquire?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Miss Gale. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Burrell?
He's my boyfriend and the children, the father to my children.
Are you afraid of him?
No, ma'am.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, ma'am. He's never ever been in trouble either.
If anything like this, or if anything more severe ever occurred in the future where you felt threatened happened, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am. He doesn't either.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Yes, ma'am. We actually have 2 children who were born prematurely. They see 5 specialists and attend a medical daycare. I've been with Mr. Burrell for about almost 2 years now, and he basically adopted my son, who's severely autistic and has a speech and developmental delay. Mr. Burrell is the primary caretaker for not only the children that we share, but my son, who's severely autistic, and my 11-year-old. He takes them to all their appointments. I do work at the hospital, so sometimes I do have to work overnight. He helps care for all 4 of the children by himself. I have no family here. I grew up in foster care. So he's the sole, like I said, caretaker as well. And I'm relactating and breastfeeding our children so they get formula, and our other child actually is colic. So not only for myself, but my children rely on Mr. Burrell. And the daycare would testify that he's there day in and day out. This was a very isolated incident. I did not speak to law enforcement. They cornered my child and spoke to her. Out of fear, I don't exactly know what was said because I have not seen the arrest affidavit. Mr. Burrell has never been in trouble a day in his life. He's never had any issues before, and this was at his residence. And I'm very sorry about everything that had occurred.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor. Rita, I would ask for a no hostile contact order, given the testimony here today and the fact that he has no criminal history, Your Honor.
This is a pretty unusual case because the witnesses to the battery in this case are law enforcement officers. Who saw a male dragging a female across the floor by her hair. So, ma'am, I heard everything that you said, and I understand what you're telling me about him helping with the children. But in a situation like this, I'm concerned for the children's safety.
The children were not present at all during what they're stating that occurred. Mr. Burrell, when he asked me to leave the residence, Mr. Burrell did not have his glasses on, nor did he have his contacts. The officers actually had to try to find his glasses and his contacts. His vision, he's not able to see at all. It was about 4:30, I think 5 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't sleep with his contacts. And again, he did not have his glasses on. So when they were stating what they saw to me, I did not attest to that. because as he was opening his door, I was exiting and he was ushering me out.
Ma'am, I'm just going to stop you. It doesn't matter if you attest to what they saw. They're witnesses and they said what they saw. So I understand what you're telling me is different than what they saw, but they saw something and I'm concerned. I hear you telling me now that the children were not present at 5 a.m. in the apartment, but in the affidavit it says that the children were sleeping in the other room and the 11-year-old came in the middle of the fight. So
they were downstairs in the car. We were getting our belongings and going to the car. I had to go to work. I work at Florida Hospital downtown. So I actually was getting ready to take my daughter and my son to get a change of clothes. They were not present in the apartment whatsoever at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Burrell, at this time, your bond is $500.
And
With special conditions.
Your Honor, if you place him on pretrial release and he violates, he could be brought back here before you and held at no bond. Given that this hasn't occurred in the past, I would ask that you give him that chance, given they have the special needs children.
Your Honor, state has no objection to pretrial release in conjunction with bond subject to the statute.
There's also a knife involved.
Your Honor, I believe allegedly it was a butter knife that the victim used to try to open a door.
I know. I read it.
I don't believe it was actually used
as
a weapon.
I just tried to.
Says once the door was open, she dropped the knife.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it seems like a pretty violent episode. That's concerning to this court. All right, Mr. Burrell, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount significantly to $100. Despite the testimony here today, however, I am going to order that you can have no contact with the victim and that you can have no contact with the witness in the case who's a minor child. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't possess, hold on. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. At this time, I'm ordering that you must maintain a separate residence from the victim, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. I'm also going to order that if there's a DCF plan set in place, you'll have to comply with that plan. Yes, ma'am. Did you want to say something else?
Yes. I don't have family. I don't have anybody to help me with the kids. My son is colic. My daughter's on an apnea monitor. They both attend daycare. My son has chronic lung disease. He's been hospitalized 5 times since he's been born. My son is severely autistic. There is no one that I can have help me with the children. And then I'm also work 2 days a week. Mr. Burrell started to try to find a job to work from home to help because of the unique situation. My son is going to have ABA therapy that's 40 hours a week. So Mr. Burrell is the person who takes them to the appointments. He picks them up. He takes them to school. He picks them up from school. So I understand the no contact situation. I'm okay with us not being able to, coincide in the same residence, but it's the help. I need help. No one can help me.
Your Honor, another option is if you issue a maintain separate residences where they can't live together, but they can have non-hostile contact in terms of taking care of the children, since the children are special needs, as stated, it'll remove him from the home, but they're still able to co-parent.
We have our own residence. I have my own apartment. I live in Avalon with my own lease, and he lives towards Millennia.
What says the state?
Your Honor, given the victim's testimony, there's no objection to that arrangement. The victim does seem pretty passionate about wanting contact. Defense counsel's recommendation of separate residences, but a no hostile, isn't generally what we would do. However, given the circumstances in this case, state has no objection, but understanding that it's within your discretion.
All right, I'll modify my order to no hostile contact, but you still have to maintain a separate residence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Peaceful contact only. So what that means is no arguing, no shoving, no pulling hair. Don't even raise your voice. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that's a no hostile with the witness as well.
I believe she's 32.
The 11-year-old.
Oh. Really?
It says
Older daughter.
I thought she was 32.
I believe Mr. Burrell is 32. As well as Ms. Gill.
Oh, okay, I see it right here.
Yeah,
I was
the
looking at the
daughter.
witness listed, and it says,
Yeah, it's Ms. Gill. That's
no, it's her daughter.
was it the, okay.
Yeah, it's the witness supposedly is my daughter.
I thought she was an older daughter, that's why.
No,
No.
she's 12 years old.
Yeah, I mixed them up from the bottom.
So that's what's concerning, however.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course, part of the reason for the no contact with any witnesses is so that the defendant doesn't tamper with the witness. So how do
That
we
would
protect
not-
against that?
That would not ever occur with,
Ma'am, with all due respect, I don't think that you can tell me what he's going to do or not do.
Okay.
That's my concern.
Mhm.
What says the state?
All right, I'll leave it with your discretion. This is a unique fact pattern that we don't generally have, given the children and each of their different issues that need Mr. Burrell's help with. It does appear that that child gave her account to law enforcement. Generally, we do file a no contact with the witness, as you stated, to ensure that there will be no issues there. However, given that he likely will have contact with the other children, I believe it'd be very difficult to keep one child out since he will have contact with the others.
All right, I'll strike that no contact as well. Good luck, sir. Good luck, ma'am. No, he does not.
So is there no hostile with that as well?
It is no hostile. Yes, that's correct. Sir, tell me your name again.
William Campos.
This is 21 CF 14252. Counselor, do you want to come stand by your client and put your appearance on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Tim Terry on behalf of William Campos, 48-2021 CF 142520. Tim Terry.
All right, so we've already addressed your client's cases, Counselor. I set his bond at $5,000 on count 1, $25,000 on count 2. With conditions, he can have no contact with the victim or any witness, can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, must comply with all of the terms in the injunction. He cannot be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. And then I revoked his bond in 21 MM 7451. Did you wish to be heard on either of those cases?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking the court to perhaps lower the bond on the new case. I'm not sure the client can afford that. I've known this family a long time, and I know what's going on here. I do a lot of family law cases, and that's where this really is. It's not a criminal case. As far as the revocation of the bond on the other case, please remove that, Judge, because he needs to be available in this case. He needs to be out, and I'm trying to be here by 9, but I got messed up in traffic.
Oh, that's okay. Traffic was terrible this morning. There were 2 crashes on my way here, so
Terrible.
I understand traffic. Counselor, well, let me ask, does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. State, I know counsel was not here for all the arguments previously made. However, state renews all previous arguments made. And respectfully, this is a criminal case. He was out on bond and picked up a new law offense, both with the same victim and within approximately, it was like about a month. The state's asking that you stay everything that you have already set. I do believe it's reasonable, given the allegations that are within both of the affidavits, his out on bond and the current violation and ag stalking after violation.
For your benefit, counsel, part of the reason that I set the bond where I did and also revoked his out on bond case, we were able to pull up the affidavit for the out on bond case, and the facts are strikingly similar. And your client has been ordered by 3 courts to not have any contact with this victim. And in the no contact order, it expressly states that he can't be within 500 feet of her vehicle. And the allegations in both of these cases have to do with following in a vehicle.
Your Honor, I believe that, sorry to clarify, I believe it says 100 feet within.
Sorry, 100 feet. Sorry, thank you. I'm not reading it right now. I'm just trying to remember what we
Yes, Your Honor.
looked at earlier, so I appreciate that. So at this time, the only facts that are before this court are the affidavits that I've had the opportunity to review. If you want to present any other facts or testimony, I'm happy to consider that. But without that, I'm not inclined to change my orders.
We'll go ahead and not testify today, Judge.
All right, I understand, sir. This will be set in front of Judge Alvaro. So if you want to file a motion in front of him, you could do that quickly.
Judge, do you have any idea when that hearing might be available for Judge Alvaro?
I think you're entitled to have it within 3 days of your filing.
Okay.
So I'd get it filed right away if I were you. Good luck, sir. Thank you, counselor.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, you'll be. You want me to just send this into the portal, Judge, or?
Can we file it right now in court? You can file it right now if you want to approach. Yes, sir. Right, it doesn't. So I appreciate you coming this morning. Again, I totally understand traffic and also electronic issues. So thank you, sir. Thank you, counselor. 2 crashes on my way this morning. I mean, I didn't witness them, but they stopped traffic. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Anthony Richard Gordon.
You're here in 21 MM 597, charged with battery. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Does anyone want to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, just ask that you take into consideration his lack of criminal history.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe, I don't know if counsel will be asking for pretrial release. I believe you would otherwise qualify. It doesn't appear that he was interviewed, at least from the documentation that I have. State's just asking for a reasonable bond, given that we don't have victim testimony here today.
Are you asking for pretrial release, Ms. George?
Just the bond, Your Honor.
All right. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
I do understand, however, may I speak on behalf of my spouse? My spouse arrived here.
Hold on, let me explain. You can say anything you wish, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
I understand.
I'm going to give you a moment to discuss with your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything you want to say? Okay. All right. Good luck, sir. Good morning. Please tell me your name, ma'am.
This is Heard.
You're here in 21 MM 8405, charged with battery, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause in this case. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Maya Johnston.
Ma'am, you're here in 21 MM 8471, charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. You cannot possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a child with special needs that depends on me, and she's with her father right now. What I'm gonna do about it?
I don't know. You can talk to your attorney. I didn't order you not to have contact with your children. You can still do that, but you can't have contact with him right now.
Okay.
If you have a relative who can help facilitate a meet, you could do that. You can't meet with him and you can't speak to him.
Is it gonna take this no contact? It's forever?
Just a moment, I can't hear you.
Is it forever, the no contact thing?
It's until another judge changes my order. So your attorney is going to have to file a motion in front of the trial judge, and when that judge changes it, then you can have contact, but not until then.
Okay.
Good morning, please tell me your name.
Jelani Peterson.
Mr. Peterson, you're here in 21 MM 8468, charged with violation of a domestic violence injunction. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. There is probable cause. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, given that the violation is basically a carrying a concealed, which then violated, state would just ask that you treat it as carrying a concealed and set a reasonable bond. I don't believe setting no bond at this time is reasonable, given Mr. Peterson has basically no criminal history that I see at this point.
You want to state something?
I'm sorry, what?
No.
Say something?
You can say anything you wish, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just echo what the state's said, Your Honor. Given that he has no criminal history, I'd ask that you set a bond according to that.
Ms. May, did you pull the injunction?
I'm pulling it right now, Your Honor. See if I can find it. Your Honor, I don't have access. When I search the clerk's office, I don't see any DR cases. So I don't know the underlying reason for the injunction, or if there was an allegation of a weapon or firearm. When I search the clerk, all I see is this instant case, as well as some traffic offenses, I believe.
Give me a moment. So I understand that the violation is not an allegation of contact with the victim, but it's a domestic violence injunction that states he can't possess a firearm, and he had 2 of them. That's really alarming.
I understand. Again, I would just point to the fact that he has no violent history, criminal history other than this, whatever happened in the injunction. So I'd ask that you take that into consideration and take into consideration the fact that my client did have a license to possess the firearms, understanding that he was supposed to turn them over, Your Honor. I would just ask that given he has not been in trouble other than these 2 instances, I would ask that you just settle down.
Your Honor, are you able to pull the DR case?
I am not.
I'm not either. I don't know if it's potentially from a different county. I'm not sure.
Just for the court, my client stated there was no firearm involved in the
All right, thank you. Mr. Peterson, what's concerning to this court is reasonable conditions of bond I can place on you with which you'll comply, given that another court ordered you not to possess any firearms. And the allegations in this case are that you possessed 2 of them. That's what's concerning to me. However, given the arguments from both attorneys, I will at this time set bond for you in the amount of $15,000 with special conditions. You must comply with all of the conditions in the injunction. So you can still have no contact with that victim. You understand? You can't possess any weapons of any kind. You can't possess any firearms. Do you understand when I say you can't possess a firearm, what that means?
He said yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess any other kind of weapon or any ammunition. All right, good luck.
Your Honor, you said 15,000, correct?
I did. Please tell me your name.
Rafaela Silverio.
21MM8434. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good morning. Did you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes. Paul Silverio, Silverio.
Go ahead, Ms. May.
Good morning, Mr. Silverio. Can you please state your relationship to Miss Silverio?
She is my wife.
Are you afraid of her?
No,
Has anything like this ever happened before?
no,
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
yes,
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
no,
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
I'm just asking for leniency because this is her. She hasn't done anything, like, this was just an unfortunate situation between the two of us, and it, I think we equally were at fault at it.
All right. Any questions from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any argument on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask for a no hostile contact order. And I would ask that you take into consideration she has no criminal history when setting the bond amount.
Are you asking for pretrial release?
I would, Your Honor. Yes.
What says the state?
In conjunction with a small monetary bond.
State has no objection to PTR with the small monetary bond. And state also has no objection to a no hostile contact. It does appear they've been married for approximately 12 years. There doesn't seem to be any other criminal history for Mrs. Silverio. And I believe the allegations within the affidavit are some pushing and pulling. They're not the most egregious facts that we've seen. So state has no objection to PTR coupled with a no hostile.
All right, ma'am. At this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I will reduce that amount significantly to $100 with special conditions based on the testimony here today. I'll allow you to have peaceful contact with the victim. That means no hostile contact, no pushing, no shoving, no grabbing, no hitting. Don't even raise your voice. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you for coming, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
O'Neill Poitier.
I'm sorry, what?
O'Neill Poitier.
Oh, Diana Mendez refused.
All right, we'll have to come back to her then because he's here. Mr. Poitier, you're here in 21000001. It looks like you have a warrant out of Palm Beach County on a charge of battery. The bond authorized is $2,000. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you and we'll notify Palm Beach that you're here. So you'll be transported if you don't post bond. Yes, sir.
I didn't know I had a warrant for my arrest. I didn't know I had a court date.
I believe you, but I can't change it because it's from Palm Beach. So you'll have to address it with that judge down there. If you're able to post bond, you can bond out here, but if you're not, they'll transport you.
I am.
Okay. Just make sure that you go back to court, talk to your attorney down in Palm Beach because you don't want to miss another court date.
Do I have another court date?
I don't have it.
So I'll have to call them.
Right, you'll have to get it in Palm Beach.
Okay.
But your attorney there should be able to give you that information. All right? Good luck, sir. All right, that's 21 CF 2815. So here's a question. The warrant requires GPS monitoring as a condition of release. We don't have that.
I believe they addressed it downstairs, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
That was my understanding, is every time that this isn't the first time that there's been a detainer for GPS. And it's never been addressed in court. I thought it got addressed downstairs or it maintains a hold, I'm not sure.
I don't know how they can change a judge's order downstairs.
I just know we've never addressed it. At least while I was in court.
All right, we're gonna bring her back tomorrow because I need to see if I need to reach out to the judge in Seminole County.
Okay, that works, Your Honor.
I'm gonna appoint the public defender and we'll bring her back tomorrow. Please tell me your name.
David Shook.
You're here in 2019-102425. You have an out of county warrant out of Volusia County for violating probation. I also show that you're a registered sex offender. If that's accurate, sir, you must comply with all your sex offender reporting requirements. At this time, you have no bond on your Volusia County warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in the meantime, but you'll be transported down to Volusia to address that warrant. Good luck. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Michael Foley.
Mr. Foley, you're here for violating your probation in 2005 CF 1567. The allegations are numerous. That you got arrested for a new law violation of reckless driving, reckless endangerment, endangering police in pursuit, larceny, interfering with police, assault on police, possession of narcotics, possession with intent to sell narcotics, possession with intent to sell narcotics within 1,500 feet of a school, operating a motor vehicle while your license is suspended, evading responsibility, and criminal trover. At this time, there's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Will I get a bond?
No, you have no bond.
I'll never get one?
No. So your attorney can file a bond motion in front of the judge who said that you don't have a bond, but you'll have to address that in front of the trial judge.
Do you know when I go to see the trial judge?
That'll be between you, your attorney, and the judge. Call your attorney right away.
What?
Call your attorney right away.
This is my attorney?
Yes, there's a phone number on the green piece of paper.
I've been waiting, I've been in prison for 12 years. So I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. Hold on, let me tell you what the date is of these allegations. All right, so it says that on the 14th day of July, 2005, Michael Foley was placed on probation for the offense of robbery in the Circuit Court of Orange County, Florida, for a term of 2 years after serving 3 years in prison. And that you were released on November 2nd of 2009.
Yes.
And that you violated that probation with all of those charges I just told you about back in 2010. April 3rd, 2010 is when it alleges that you violated your probation with all of those charges.
I've been incarcerated ever since that date.
You may have been. So were you incarcerated in Connecticut?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
They just transported me down here last night from Connecticut to here.
Right. The reason for that is because even though you were in prison in Connecticut for all of those charges violated your probation here in Florida. So now you have to come to Florida and address that violation of probation.
Yeah, I understand, but how come I don't have a bond though?
Because when you're on probation and you violate your probation for any reason at all, you're not entitled to bond. So the judge who signed this warrant did not authorize a bond, likely because you were on probation for a robbery and then committed what are alleged to be also dangerous, violent offenses. That's probably why.
And I don't have a court date at all. I don't understand.
You will have a court date. I don't have.
Court date, I don't have no bond, I just sit here.
You have to wait until your next court date or until your attorney files a motion to get you in front of that judge. So that judge will have regular dockets, but I don't know what her next court date is.
I don't even have an attorney.
You do. You call that number, you'll be assigned an attorney. They assign, I don't know how they assign it. It's by number or name or something.
Yep, it has to get up.
I've had an attorney already on this. In 2017, they gave me I filed a motion in Connecticut court. They gave me an attorney. And the judge from Florida ordered a motion for transport for me in 2017 to come down here and resolve this. Orange County denied the judge's motion. It was Judge Tolliver.
I don't know. I can't tell you anything about that. I don't have access to that information. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Damari Hepburn.
You're here in 21 CT 7852, charged with driving while license suspended. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. At this time, you're also here to answer for a violation of probation in 19 CF 13342. At this time, you'll have no bond on that charge. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you on that as well.
When I went to pick up my license from evidence, I just don't get that. If my license was suspended, why did y'all give it back to me? I ain't tripping about this charge. It's $100 bond. It's just a VOP. I'm not like, come on.
All right, sir. I've appointed an attorney to represent you in both of those cases. You'll want to call your attorney.
I have a VOP court date.
No, I don't have that information.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So if I bond out on the driving, I'm just had a VOP thing.
Yes, you're not going to be released.
The VOP is no bond, so you can't be released even if you post the bond on the driving charge.
I know that, but like.
But you'll still have to answer for both.
Don't bond.
You should wait.
Well, that's up to you.
Until you resolve the violation of probation.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Juan Perez.
You're here in 20 CF 6844 for violating your probation. The allegations are that you violated by failing to undergo a mental health evaluation as directed, failing to undergo substance abuse evaluation as directed, testing positive for marijuana, and again, testing positive for marijuana. There is no bond authorized on this warrant, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Ella Rivard.
You're here in 19 CF 1780 because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no bond authorized on this. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. The allegations are that you failed to report as directed and failed to successfully participate in or complete drug or alcohol treatment as directed. I believe that's all the allegations. At this time, there's no bond. Good luck, ma'am.
James Smith, refused.
19 CF 9905. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George. It's violations of probation. The bonds, I'll stay the bonds. It's $5,000 on count 1 and $250 on count 2.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Monique Peterson.
You're here in 21 MM99 because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation. My computer just froze. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. You have no bond at this time. It just unfroze. The allegations are that you committed the offense of stalking while on probation, failed to pay as directed, and failed to comply with conditions of the collections program as directed. All right, good luck, ma'am. You too. Please tell me your name.
Juria Warden.
You're here for violating your probation in 21 MM 2836. This is interesting. The allegations are that you committed the offense of battery, failed to pay the cost of supervision, failed to enroll in anger management as directed, failed to participate in the cognitive behavior change program as directed. There's no bond authorized on this warrant, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck.
You know when we ever go to court?
Ms. George, did you want to enter a denial?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll enter it all.
Division 84, VOP status will be December 17th at 8 p.m.
All right, is the state ready for 33-day motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Andre Patterson, 21 CF 13733, denied, information was filed. Tony Neal.
Wait.
Andre Patterson.
They all say November.
Can we reset it to second session, Your Honor, and I can have them redone? I didn't need it. Oh, because it's the first. It does it every first, yes. But I can, if we set the 33-day motions to second session, I can have them redone with the correct date, Your Honor.
How many arraignments do we have? I didn't sign those yet.
I don't believe
But you don't know? All right, we're back on the record. No, she said the chains guy first. No, she said no.
Okay, so we're doing Spanish.
Oh, we could have done him before the break too, but that's fine. I just need his name.
Mr. Ford.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
James Ford.
All right, Mr. Ford, you're here in 21 MM 8453, charged with trespass on property after warning, and 21 MO 1050. A capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court. In that case, The bond authorized by the court is mental health pretrial release. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in both of your cases, sir. Oh, hold on, my computer's not ready.
In Your Honor, I would ask if he could be screened in both cases for mental health pretrial release.
All right, there is probable cause. Does the state have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ford, I'm going to have you screened in both cases for mental health pretrial release. If you qualify for that, that's how you'll be released, with a special condition that you cannot go back to the Lynx bus stop at 455 North Garland Avenue. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can't go back there.
Not yet.
All right, if he doesn't qualify for mental health pretrial release, we'll just do a straight pretrial release.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
On the
Yes, sir.
trespass after warning or both?
Both. In case he doesn't qualify, I want him to still be able to be released.
Okay, you want to do the Spanish before you say the word?
Yes.
I don't think we're gonna make it.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Alan Figueroa, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter, already sworn.
Good morning. If you could please connect to the headset.
The defendant can hear me, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Ángel Guillén.
Ángel Guillén.
Sir, you're here in 21 MM 8427, charged with trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer to resolve is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the Lancaster Square Commons at 621 West Lancaster Road.
And I did try to speak to him, Your Honor, however, he speaks Spanish. So he needed the interpreter. He didn't understand.
All right. I understand that it's now an open court, but would you like to have a conversation with your client using the interpreter? I know it won't be confidential, but do you want to talk to him about it anyway?
So the offer from the state today is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return if you would like to resolve the case today. In order,
Yo quiero saber por qué yo tengo que aceptar eso si esa es una plaza pública donde lo único que fui a almorzar a la plaza y eso oficinas del gobierno que es la que dan la ayuda de comida de welfare. No entiendo. Y yo soy libre, no entiendo por qué no pasa.
What I want to understand is why do I have to accept that and not be able to go there if that is a public plaza, that is a public place, and the only thing I did was have lunch there because that is where the public office is, where the welfare office, where they provide assistance.
so you don't have to accept the offer. If you want to fight the charge, we can do it later downtown, and we can just set a bond in this case. Is that something you want to do?
Sí, sí,
Oh, perfect.
sí, claro.
Yes.
Eso es público ahí. Y es la
Of course, that is a public
gobierno
place.
federal. Y una plaza pública de propiedades que vende comida para todo el mundo, donde yo fui a almorzar, venden las comidas.
Of course, that is a public plaza. That's where the federal government building is, and it's a public space where they sell food. And I just went there to have lunch.
All right, sir, I'm going to stay your bond at $500. But I want you to listen to me carefully because for now, I am ordering that you cannot return to Lancaster Square Commons.
No, no. Sí, claro, claro, no, está bien, pero yo no tengo $500 para salir, así que los paso aquí.
Okay, no, not a problem, but I don't have $500 to get out, so I'll just stay here.
Miss George, did you want to
Yes.
argue anything?
I would ask for, Your Honor, it looks like he's been here for over a year. I would ask for if you'll be inclined to give him an ROR. He only has one misdemeanor, just 10. He's on Social Security income. Being that he's been in the Orlando area for over a year, I would ask, and he's homeless, Your Honor, I would ask for an ROR.
What says the state?
Your Honor, it is a nonviolent offense. However, he does have violent offenses within his criminal history. And the state's only other concern is, I believe his history was sealed, so I'm not sure what else is in it. Understanding it's otherwise within your discretion.
All right, sir, at this time, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but you still cannot go back to Lancaster Square Commons for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Mario Morales.
Mario Morales.
Sir, you're here in 21 MM 8461, charged with retail petty theft. There is probable cause. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor, due to him not having any other petty theft history, the offer was an adjudication, credit time served, no return to Lowe's at 2800 West Sand Lake Road.
And Ms. George, I assume you didn't have the opportunity to discuss this?
I did, Your Honor. I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Morales. We went over the rights he would be giving up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer.
All right, sir, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, all the truth, nothing but the truth?
Sí. Yes.
All right, Mr. Morales, you had an opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Sí.
Yes.
You understand that you're giving up your right to a jury trial when one is required, your right to remain silent, also your right to testify on your own behalf and present any defenses that you have. We won't be having a trial if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today. You understand that?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, you can be deported if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that probation?
Yes.
Petty theft is what we call an enhanceable offense. What that means is after you've been convicted several times, the state can file it as a felony. Do you understand that?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Having discussed all of that, do you have any questions for me about the rights you're giving up today?
No.
No.
Did you have an opportunity to review that form in front of you? It further explains those rights.
Sí.
Yes.
At this time, sir, how do you wish to plead to the charge of retail petty theft?
Contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. You're not allowed to return to the Lowe's located at 2800 West Sand Lake Road for any reason. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing. Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Salvador Aguilar Urbina.
Salvador Aguilar Urbina.
Sir, you're here on two cases, 2019 CT 2092. You're here charged with violating your probation. There's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case. In 21 CF 15229, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with attempted second-degree murder with a weapon. Another judge has already found probable cause in that case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does the state wish to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. It is an F1, so Mr. Aguilar Urbina is otherwise entitled to bond. The state would just ask that you set a reasonable bond as it is an F1. And given that he's shown that there's an inability to comply with court orders, given that he has a VOP and at least one prior failure to appear. In addition, state would have you take into account that the affidavit reads that on November 26th, the victim was in surgery as the artery in his heart was cut. Doctors repaired it to the best of their ability. However, they were unable to control the bleeding. They believed death to be inevitable. So this case will likely be filed as a second-degree murder, not attempted second-degree murder. However, I understand that it currently is an attempt. The state would just have you take that into account when setting his bond.
Any response from the defense?
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay, you can have a moment.
No, Your Honor, I would just ask that you set a reasonable bond based on the fact that it looks like he only has, I know he's on probation, but I only see the last offense from 2003. I don't know how right that is. So I don't know where the probation is coming from, but all I see is the driving while license is suspended from 2003. So I just ask that you consider that. He is employed full-time. I only see one misdemeanor. I don't know if it's out of state or county.
All right, thank you both for the arguments. I also have a note that he is not from, not just Florida, but this country, so the court is concerned with securing his presence for court. I show a prior failure to appear. It was many years ago, in 2004. But as he's here for a violation of probation, I do agree with the state. It does show an inability or an unwillingness to comply with court orders. Sir, at this time, your bond on this charge will be $250,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or the victim's family. You can have no contact with any witnesses in the case. You cannot possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or any ammunition, and you cannot return to this scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
Good luck, sir. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Ángel López.
Angel Lopez.
You're here in 2008 CF 13317 because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a pretrial conference. There's no bond authorized on this capias. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Iván Rodríguez.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. You're here in 21 CF 15284, charged with possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, possession of fentanyl, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. I'll stay your bond at at $15,000 on count 1. $1,000 on count 2, $1,000 on count 3, $500 on count 4. With special conditions, you cannot possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You cannot have contact with any known drug dealers. You cannot have contact with any witness or co-defendant in this case. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 2021 CF 9141.
We're already appointed, correct? If we're not appointed.
If you're not, I'll appoint you. Good luck, sir.
So,
Wait, I need you to put the headset back on because I can't hear you. You can speak in Spanish. We saw the interpreter.
quiero hacer una pregunta.
I'd like to ask a question.
Sir, you may ask anything you wish. I want to make sure you understand that everything you say today is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Mr. Interpreter, can you please advise the client I would recommend him not talk about the facts of the case until he gets one-on-one with his attorney?
Okay. Retiro lo que iba a preguntar.
Okay, then I won't ask anything then.
All right. Good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney. Do we have any other Spanish-speaking cases this afternoon?
No, ma'am.
All right. That's all we need from the interpreter at this time. Thank you so much.
Not a problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Tabitha? Frank?
You're here in 21 MM 8425, charged with trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause. Was there an offer in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer conveyed to resolve was an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the link station at Mandarin Drive and West Sand Lake.
Did you have a chance to discuss that? Yes, George?
There's competency issues, Your Honor.
Okay,
If you look, she's also been Baker acted multiple times.
I see that.
I am asking, Your Honor, I know she doesn't qualify for pretrial release. But given that she has no money and there's the competency issues, Your Honor, and it's a trespass at the bus station, I would ask for an ROR if she says she has a telephone where she can maintain contact with the public defender's office weekly. I would ask for an ROR in this case only because she has no one and she has no money to bond out. And with the competency concerns, I can't resolve her case today.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, state's only concern is she does have at least 3 prior failures to appear, as well as a prior VOP and some violent arrests. But state will leave it within your discretion.
All right, Ms. Frank, at this time, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but I'm going to order that you cannot return to the Lynx bus stop at Mandarin Drive and West Sand Lake Road for any reason. Do you know where that is? You can't go back there, you understand? You need to stay in touch with your attorney. Call the phone number on that green piece of paper. Good luck, ma'am. All right. Sir, can you please tell me your name?
Richard Berry.
Mr. Berry, you're here in 21 MM 8455, charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer to resolve is an adjudication of credit time served and no return to Colonial Plaza located at 2720 East Colonial Drive.
Yeah, I wasn't even trespassed. Yes, I was.
He wasn't back there when I called, Your Honor. Could I have just?
Okay, yes, have a moment.
Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak to Mr. Berry. He understands the rights he will be given up, and he would like to accept the state's offer. Just giving him the glove. Hold on. He would like to accept the state's offer here today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Berry, raise your right hand, please. Raise your right hand. Thank you.
Tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God.
All right, Mr. Berry, you had an opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights? Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
What's that?
Do you have any questions for me about the rights you're giving up?
Yeah, just say no.
No.
You understand you're giving up your right to a jury trial when one is required, your right to remain silent, your right to testify on your own behalf, your right to present any defenses you may have. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today, we'll resolve this today and I will sentence you.
I thought that's what they just asked me.
It is, but I'm the judge and I'm asking you that for the record.
Oh, no contest.
That means you understand all those rights?
What's that?
You understand all of those things I just said?
Yeah.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that probation.
I know.
And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
What's that?
If you're not a United States citizen and you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, that could cause you to be deported.
Oh, I am a U.S. citizen.
I believe you, but I have to tell everyone that because I don't know your citizenship. All right, sir. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. Sir, I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. And I'll order that you're not allowed to return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand?
Now, court costs, how do I pay those?
You can pay them in person at the courthouse or online.
I'll be here in a room.
No.
You have a whole year, sir. All right, good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Yeah, that. What you mean?
Oh, I also show that you're a registered sex offender, which means that you'll have to comply with all of your sex offender reporting requirements.
Yeah, but you gotta, once you're released, you gotta go report because you're incarcerated. So make sure you go once you're released to report.
Please tell me your name.
Latoya Key.
All right, you're here in a couple of cases. In 21 MM 8439, does the state have the affidavit, the probable cause affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you show it to the court? I don't have it.
May I approach?
Yes, please.
State's gonna announce the no information. Your Honor.
Oh, all right, well then I don't, sorry, you didn't have to walk. Does the state have an announcement to make?
Yes, Your Honor. As to 21 MM 8439, state announces a no information, and I'm gonna follow that up with the clerk right now.
All right, so the state dropped the possession of paraphernalia charge that they had against you. However, you're here on several other cases. In 2019, MM 501, a capias was issued for your arrest for failure to appear at a status hearing on a charge of trespass to property other than a structure or conveyance. There's no bond on that. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. In 21 MM 1165, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on charges of resisting an officer without violence and possession of drug paraphernalia. The bond authorized on that capias is $150 on each of those charges. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in those as well. What says the status are out on bond cases?
Your Honor, the reason state did not have an offer for her failure to appear cases is that as of 11/14, she was scheduled for a comp eval, which according to the PD did not occur, and therefore they requested an eval when the defendant was located. So given that she is currently in comp proceedings, and she hasn't picked up a new law other than the one that state just no infoed, state's asking that you take no action.
All right, I'll do that. I assume, Ms. George, that would be your same argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll take no action. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Kevin Dion Steplight Jr.
All right, sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest in 21 CF 14304.
Your Honor, this is the one that's procedurally a little wonky.
Okay.
If I may. He was arrested for, this is the warrant for 14304. However, state has already filed information and consolidated this case with 21 CF 13654. They were consolidated into one information. And I have that information for Your Honor if you would like to see it. Otherwise, it's on the clerk's site. I believe he has already been seen for 13654. So I'm not sure how to go about, because I don't want to double dip charges, if you understand what I'm saying.
So
this warrant was served later after he's already been seen on the first case, but they were consolidated in information.
all right, hold on. So it says on the information number 14304. and 21 CF 13654.
Yes, but it's under the 13654 case number. Consolidating both charges, but it's under the 13654.
All right, hold on one second. All right, so what does the state propose we do?
I called the attorney who filed this information just because it was odd that the warrant was served afterwards, which creates kind of the issue that we're here for today. I believe he was seen on the 13654. And in that case, all of the charges that are within the affidavit were seen in that, were within that case number. So
I'm not actually sure what to do with this.
I just didn't want to double dip and
Right.
or miss charges. On the 13654, what it originally came in as, one of the charges was a PBL, so I believe he was held no bond on that carjacking with a firearm. I also believe he was revoked on other charges, so he will not be able to be released. And the charges that are on the 14304, he would otherwise be entitled to bonds on. So, okay. So, he was originally seen on 13654.
Right. Can you pull this up? Because
And we filed an information.
when I look at the 13654 case, when I click on the icon next to first appearance information sheet,
Position of firearm aggravates felony.
that's what comes up.
But then he was served on 14304. These four charges, or these three charges,
But they're all from the same incident. They're different.
it's different incident. But we filed it under one information.
Okay.
But it was filed
Wait.
later, so I don't
Click on this one. Hold on, I'll find it.
give him a F1
This is a really weird.
grand or whatever she says in that. It's double dipping depending on it's.
This is the 13654.
I don't.
It's the one where they actually filed the charges.
Him. I mean, he can't get out anyway, so there's no reason to pay it.
What did the judge say at first appearance? Who did he see?
You speak to this.
He saw you, Your Honor.
No, she's like, she's not.
That's what I thought. He looks really familiar. Do you have that sheet?
The first appearance sheet?
Yeah, can somebody print it? Yes. I thought he looked familiar. I thought the facts sounded familiar to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
October 18th.
That's what I want. That is what I want. I just can't find it. Everything I'm clicking on is not leading me to that. What's this called? What's the title of it? Oh my gosh, there it is. Every time I went to look for it, I didn't click on it. All All right, so what
Your Honor, I believe,
do you two think we should do?
when speaking to Ms. George, due to it being fairly confusing, I believe we've come to the agreement for you to set bond on this 14304 case as currently here on this warrant, as he is otherwise entitled to bond, as we don't want to either RORO match them and that be incorrect due to the gravity of the charges, but we also don't want to necessarily double dip charges. But given that he is revoked on several cases and he's also sitting here on a PBL that's currently set at no bond, he otherwise would not be entitled to release. State's just going to ask that you set bond as to these 3 charges, and the PD's office can file a bond motion at a later time when the trial ASAs who are on this case can kind of piece out what happened and which charges are from each case. As of right now, I'm kind of
Attempted second-degree murder with a firearm is not a punishable by life offense.
No, Your Honor, it's just an F1, so he is entitled to bond on it. But I believe this potentially could be better handled in the trial division. I believe it's in front of Judge Wooten.
That's what I have as well.
And he's not at risk of getting out either way. So it wouldn't keep him here unnecessarily until that motion could be filed to figure this out.
All right, Ms. George, do you have anything to add?
Nope, I agree, Your Honor. We can figure it out, file the necessary motion later. I looked at it, I'm just as confused. But being that he's gonna be held here anyway, no bond, I explained it to Mr. Steplight, and I'm gonna put a note in there for the attorney to look into it.
All right, at this time, Mr. Steblight, I will set your bond at $50,000 on count 1, $4,000 on count 2, $1,000 on count 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case. You cannot return to the scene for any reason. You cannot possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is really confusing, but I think we'll be able to sort it out. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Steplight.
Brandon McGowan is medical.
I don't have that. Who?
It's an arraignment.
On arraignment.
Oh, arraignments. Thank you. 21 CT 1755. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
I'll waive and enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 82, pretrial conference, January 10th, 10:30 a.m., courtroom 2B. Ricky Summerall is medical.
2013 CT 961. Ms. George, your office already represents him.
I'll waive and enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
It's a VOP.
Oh, denial, sorry.
Division 81, VOP status, January 24th, courtroom 4E.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Davis.
You're here in 21 MM 753. Ms. George, your office already represents her in this case. It's a trespass.
Yes, Your Honor, we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty.
Langford, Division 82, pretrial conference is January 10th, 10:30 a.m., courtroom 10B.
Good luck, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please tell me your name.
Bradley Gerard Langford.
Mr. Langford, you're here in 21 MM 7748 to be arraigned on a charge of criminal mischief. You're already represented by the Office of the Public Defender on this charge.
We're gonna enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 61, pretrial conference is January 7th at 1:30 p.m. Courtroom 6.
That's your next court date, so you need to stay in touch with your attorney.
And what was that date again?
January 7th.
Wow. Okay, I'll be sitting a while. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Call your attorney right away, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The number on that green piece of paper?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck,
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am.
Jennifer Murphy is medical.
I don't have her.
A written plea of not guilty was filed.
I see.
Louis Vale is medical.
21 MM 7854. Ms. George, your office already represents him.
You said St. Vale?
Ville. I'll waive an enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 50, pretrial conference is January 10th, 9 a.m. Jonathan Azevedo Bond. O'Neill. Rosario. Behavior.
21 MM 8463. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
I'm sorry, who is this? Or,
Rosario.
Your Honor, can we reset for tomorrow? I wanted to see if we could resolve his out on bond.
Yes.
Petty theft.
William Benita Cruz is mental health.
21 MM 8470. Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office in this case as well.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. Bond is $500, no return, no contact with any victim or witness.
Your Honor, on this one, on Mr. Benelo Cruz, can you also order no weapons, firearms, or ammunition? I believe the alleged criminal mischief was arson.
Yes, I will order he can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Thank you. Sir, please tell me your name. All right, Mr. Griffin, you're here in 21 MM 8467, charged with trespass in a structure or conveyance. There is probable cause. Was there an offer?
There was not, Your Honor, due to being trespass due to a grand theft motor vehicle.
I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, Mr. Griffin.
You can't resolve those? Because of the victim? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Your Honor. He doesn't. She said no. I just ask that you stay the bond. I was gonna make a plea to the bench, Your Honor, but it's a victim involved, so.
Right, I won't accept an open plea on that.
Right.
Because the victim has a right to be heard. All right, sir, your bond is $500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case. Do you understand that? I'll wait till that door closes. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, good luck. Good afternoon. Please tell me your name.
My name is George Uelos, Hijuelos.
Thank you, sir. You're here in 21 MM 8429, charged with trespass on property after warning. There is probable cause.
Your Honor, state did convey an offer of an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Orlando International Airport.
I show that he's out on bond in 2 cases.
Yes, Your Honor, he's been, he has competency issues, trying to see. I see a notice of incompetency has been filed, just trying to see if there was an order. Yeah, there was, July 26th of 2021.
What judge
He was
signed the order?
It was, let's see. Let me see. Looks like Judge Bigney.
All right, Mr. Uelos,
Yeah.
I'm going to stay your bond at $500, but you cannot go back to the airport. Do you understand?
When do I go to jail, the court?
I'm sorry?
When do I go to, is this the real court?
You'll go to court
I
again
didn't put
on
my
this
plea-
charge.
I didn't put my plea in. I didn't say guilty or not guilty.
So your attorney is entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf
Oh,
because you can't enter a plea today of guilty or no contest. So you're pleading not guilty right now, and then you'll come back to court and see a different judge. It won't be me.
where's this in writing? Do I have something in writing?
Yes, you'll get the court minutes. Do you have some questions for me?
Do I get something in writing with my stuff that was collected? My stuff, it was also taken away.
If law enforcement collected your items, you'll be able to get those back.
Oh,
Right, when you get out. I'm taking no action on the out on bond cases.
Scott Ko.
Your attorney did on your behalf, sir.
who's my attorney?
Ms. George.
This who? Oh, I need a card.
The number's on the form.
Kokoi. He refused.
21 MM 8465. I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. Ms. George, there is probable cause.
Yeah, sure.
I'll appoint your office in 21 MO 1408. I'll appoint your office in that case as well.
Yes, sure.
Hold on one second, let me pull this up. Yes, there is probable cause in that case. And then I show that he has an on-view VOP
Yes, Your Honor.
out of Broward.
Yes.
All right, 213712. So there's no bond on that. I'm going to appoint your office in that case as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, are you saying the bonds on the other 2?
Yes.
Jared Rudolph is mental health.
21 MM 8464. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
There is probable cause.
Your Honor, there wasn't an offer due to his last conviction on 11/9. That trespass was at the same location.
All right, I'll stay the bond at $500, no return.
And
What says the state or defense as to his out on bond?
That's just a notice to appear.
Oh, it's not an out on bond?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Then we don't have to address that. Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Jacqueline Elaine Bell.
All right, Ms. Bell, you're here in 2020 MM 5075. A capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on a charge of trespass. The bond authorized is $500.
Your Honor, state did convey an offer to resolve for Ms. Bell of an adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Circle K located at 8050 Lake Underhill Road.
And Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak with Ms. Bell. We went over all the rights she would be given up. She understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
Raise your right hand, Ms. Bell.
Do you swear to tell the the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You had the opportunity to discuss with your attorney the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, Your Honor.
Give me one moment. You understand if you're on probation for anything, anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can be deported.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass and structure?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the time you've been in custody.
4 days.
4 days. You can't return to the address the state gave. Any other, was there anything else in that offer?
No, Your Honor. Adjudication of credit time served, no return.
All right. Good luck, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Give me one moment, sir. Just give me one moment. Please tell me your name. Sir, you're here in 20 MM 528 because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for arraignment on a violation of probation. At this time, there's no bond authorized on that capias, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
No, that's it. You just take this and you call the number. No, you failed to appeal. No, failed to appeal.
Please tell me your name.
Christian Ballo.
21 CT 7843. You're here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked.
Your Honor, state did convey an offer of a withhold credit time served. However, I did also inform the defense that Mr. Below would likely qualify for pretrial diversion, which would likely be in his best interest due to him being a DoorDash driver.
And Your Honor, I was going to ask, I see if he could qualify for pretrial release. I don't know why he wasn't.
I mean, that would be at the judge's discretion. But
He could if she.
if she ordered it, but initially he doesn't qualify because of that.
Okay.
The warrant in Georgia. Yeah, it shows that he has an active warrant in Georgia for failing to appear for a speeding and no license on person traffic offense.
Which I think that, in addition to something else, is the basis for the duellis.
All right. At this time, sir, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, place you on pretrial release. But you can't drive in Florida without a valid Florida license. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Matthew McIntosh, PR, Eric Norvalin, Bond.
Was admin PTR?
What? Please tell me your name.
Oh, ma'am.
All right, we have to, okay. Mr. Bell, you're here in 21 CF 15283, charged with possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. Give me one moment. All right, at this time, I'm revoking your bond in 19 CF 11399.
May I speak?
You can say anything you wish, but everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Do you understand that? Before you say anything, I'm going to give you a moment to talk with your attorney.
So you're gonna turn it. Your Honor, as opposed to revoking and holding him at no bond, would you consider revoking and doubling the bond?
I would not.
Your Honor, he's.
The out on bond case, sir, you're charged with trafficking in heroin, trafficking in amphetamines, trafficking in MDMA, conspiracy to traffic. And then while out on bond for that, you were arrested for possession of methamphetamine. So let me finish my sentence. So because you were out on bond for very similar charges, that's why I revoked your bond. What is it you'd like me to consider, sir?
Ma'am, they were monitoring the vehicle, which is for something. The person who was driving the vehicle committed a fleeing and eluding, didn't get arrested. There was no drugs on my person, and they were adamant about arresting me. They didn't find anything on me. There's a video footage of the vehicle. They said they said that they didn't find any footage of me with any possession of anything. The driver of the vehicle, turns out the vehicle is a stolen vehicle, got to leave the scene. The entire thing was set up to bring me to jail. It kept me at the detention center, roughed me up, had me there for almost 7 hours. I didn't have any drugs on me. I'm on special conditions of release where I have urine tests. I've been on urine tests for the last 7 months. I passed all my drug tests. I've been told that there's a task force that wanted to put me back in jail and that they were following me. This girl committed a fleeing and eluding. When they tried to pull over, they could have stopped the vehicle when they saw the vehicle. But they followed it. Fleeing and eluding occurred from John Young and I-4 all the way to this location. I got out. I'm the only one that didn't run. The only person that didn't run. I'm the only one that didn't have anything on them, and I got charged with stuff. The police report directly reflects that. And everyone else who was in charge of the vehicle, drove the vehicle, I think the vehicle may have even been stolen, they didn't go to jail. I'm the only one that went to jail, and I was the only one that, this doesn't make any sense, man. If you mean,
So I don't know anything about the other occupants of the vehicle and whether they were or were not arrested. The affidavit states that as law enforcement approached the vehicle, which was parked on the west side of the property, the law enforcement officer observed you exit the vehicle and begin to walk holding bags in your left hand, that you used your right hand to drop a small clear bag which contained a white crystal-like substance, that you initially refused commands to get on the ground, you were escorted to the ground and detained. So the issue is law enforcement saw you with something in your hand that then you then dropped on the ground. You're still in possession of that substance for purposes of probable cause. Now, whether you may have some defenses to this charge, that's between you and your attorney. You can raise those at a later time, but it's not a defense to probable cause.
so, okay, if the body cam, he's saying something that's not even possible. I had stuff in my, I mean, he's lying in the, they didn't find a bag, and they came and they placed it next to me 20 minutes later on the ground. Never saw anybody drop it. There was no body cam footage of that. But he says they found a bag.
Sir, most crimes don't occur on camera. So I don't know what to tell you, whether it's on the body cam. I don't have body cam footage. I have a probable cause affidavit that's sworn to by this law enforcement officer. That's the only evidence I have right now. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
He does have private defense.
Yeah, for the album.
Please tell me your name.
Willie Blankenship.
You're here in 21 CF 13734 because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with a scheme to defraud by communication and fraudulent impersonation.
Your Honor, I believe we filed an information.
Okay.
And we only filed the fraud use of personal identification, the F3.
Hold on one second. I'm having trouble with my computer. The information filed charges you with fraudulent use of personal identification information. All right, your bond will be $5,000. As to the other count, Ms. May?
The state would just ask that you ROR her as to it.
I will at this time release you on your own recognizance. Your bond conditions are you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant.
Do I still have to pay the bond to get out, ma'am?
You do. You have bond on the one count that the state filed the information. The other count, you don't have to pay a bond to be released.
I can get out on different releases because I don't ever have anybody to pay my bond. Maybe some other circumstances, possibly I have children and I've already been locked up for 2 months already in Lake County, and I don't want to lose everything I have. Is there a pretrial release or something they can put me on to monitor me if they wanted to, if the state doesn't have a positive? I don't want to be in here. I don't have anybody to bond me out. And I'll
You
lose
don't
everything.
qualify for pretrial release.
I mean, I'll even take an ankle monitor, probation. I don't want to lose my kids and everything again.
We don't have GPS monitoring here in Orange County. But you can ask your attorney to file a motion in front of the trial judge.
There's nothing today that they can do. I've already been locked up almost 60 days. I'm away from my kids.
No, not at this time. What says the state has to out on bond case?
Your Honor, it appears that the incident case was alleged to have occurred 9/11/2019. looks like 8/9 of 2021 and 9/14 of 2021. Her out on bond. It appears she was arrested 8/18/20 and bonded on that one.
September 11th.
I believe so, Your Honor.
The information charges that this event happened on September 14th.
No. It
I
looks
think
like
it says the 9th of August.
it's the 9th of August.
I believe it was an ongoing thing, Your Honor. I believe it was August and then went into September.
But y'all didn't charge the scheme to defraud.
I was looking at the affidavit that originally
Right.
came in.
So what says the status to the out on bond case?
I do believe she was out on bond when that occurred, Your Honor, but I'll leave it within your discretion. It is a burg dwelling, so arguably a violent offense or dangerous crime under Florida statutes. She does have one prior failure to appear. However, her history does seem to be a lot of other and uttering forged checks and other fraudulent charges. So I'll leave it within your discretion.
Ms. George?
Your Honor, I would ask that you take no action on the out on bond, given the testimony here today that she can't afford to pay any more of the bond. Also, it appears that the failure to appear was in 2018. She's been here for over a year. She didn't pick up the same charge again, Your Honor, so I just ask that you consider those things and consider not revoking the out on bond.
I do see in the affidavit, it says that the most recent incident was on September 14th.
I wasn't even living in the area then. I moved away. I wasn't even around. The people that are saying that I did these things is because I used to live at this house and that it was my former address. So I'm getting blamed for things for this girl who's going to prison for the rest of her life for 42 cases of fraud. And I'm getting blamed with it. And I moved away a year ago and haven't even been seen. I moved away from the situation and I'm still getting blamed with it because I lived there at one point.
Ma'am, that's not what's in this affidavit. I understand that's what you're saying, but that's not what the affidavit says.
I don't even know what it says because I didn't even know I had a warrant. Literally, I don't even stay in the same city anymore. And the police came and seen me in Lake County, and the officer even told me, Officer Cook said, I know that she's just trying to put this off on you. We haven't seen you around. You know, I've been trying to change my life and for the better. And now I'm here again and I've been locked up 60 days already. And I have my kids, my son turned 19 and I'm in here. There's no way I can get bonded out this time. I have no money to do it. I sat in here last time for 30 days before I got bonded out. I don't have anybody but my children now. I've moved away from everything. And to sit in here, I'm going to lose them again and my house and everything I have again that I worked so hard for this year.
Your Honor, her out on bond, we ended up filing a M2 trespass instead of the burg dwelling.
Oh, all right. I'm going to take no action on that. Thank you. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Cynthia Bowman.
You're here in 21 CF 15286, charged with possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2. With special conditions, you can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. In 21 MM 8469, you're charged with providing false identification to law enforcement officers. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case as well. There is probable cause. Your bond is $500. And I show that you have a violation of probation out of Polk County in 19-05115. At this time, you'll have no bond on that charge. I'll appoint an attorney here to represent you, but Polk County will transport you. However, I also show that you have a holdout of Lake County.
Your Honor, how much was the bond on the providing false identification?
$500.
Thank you.
So call your attorney, ma'am, because you have charges now in 3 different counties. Are we bringing in her client? Are we bringing in her client soon?
I don't even know who a client is.
Oh, that's what that is? Okay. Well, we have to get an interpreter, so we'll wait on that. 21 CF 15287. Mr. George, I'm going to appoint your office.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. Bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2, $100 on count 3. Cannot possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription or have contact with any known drug dealers. No contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I didn't have a Russian interpreter case on the move-ups. Do we know the last name?
I don't. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am going to butcher this last name. It's got mostly every letter in the alphabet, but Your Honor, it starts with an R, Y, so Rismagambetov.
Ah, thank you. 21 CF 14205. Is that the interpreter? We have an interpreter now? Oh, can you bring him out then?
For the record, Your Honor, it's Stacy Felter on behalf of Mr. Rismagambetov. I am referring to him, Your Honor, as Mr. R.
That's quite a mouthful of a name, so when he comes out, we'll have him and the interpreter help us with that. This is Judge Gibson. Do I have an interpreter on the line?
I practice.
Yes, my ID number is 221877. I'm Russian interpreter.
Has the interpreter been sworn today?
No,
Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
right?
Would like to interpret from Russian to English, English to Russian, the testimony you will receive today?
I do.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Здравствуйте, я русскоговорящий переводчик. Буду переводить ваш разговор с судьей. Разговор может быть прослушан в целях обеспечения качества обслуживания и обучения сотрудников. Пожалуйста, назовите нам ваше имя и фамилию.
Тимирлан Рысмагамбетов.
Can the interpreter please say his name slowly for us?
I can do it slowly.
Oh, thank you, sir.
T-E-M-I-R.
Not spell it. Can you pronounce your last name?
Okay, Rysmagambetov.
Thank you. Sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with... Sorry, go ahead.
Вы здесь, потому что был выдан приказ на ваш арест. Обвинение сейчас она скажет.
Sexual battery.
I'm sorry, what kind of battery? I do apologize.
Sexual battery.
Обвинение ваше сексуальное...
The state has also filed an information.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, the state has filed an information charging you with sexual battery.
Штат вам выдвинул обвинение с какое-то сексуальное нападение.
At this time, probable cause is not an issue.
На данный момент случайность, как бы вероятность, это не составляет, это не рассматривается.
Let me ask if your attorney wishes to be heard on bond.
Я хочу спросить вашего адвоката, если он хочет, чтобы вам вынесли приказ на то, чтобы был какой-то залог на то, чтобы вас выпустить.
I do, Your Honor. Your Honor, we filed a notice of appearance today.
Да, мы хотим. Мы сегодня отправили уведомление в суд о том, что будет защищать вас вот этот человек, видимо.
My client's brother-in-law that resides in New York hired Marco Mera Law Group.
Муж жены, что ли, получается, моего клиента, он нанял адвоката в Нью-Йорке.
Your Honor, my client is a full-time 18-wheeler truck driver.
Ваше Высочество, мой клиент, он работает полное время как водитель большого грузовика.
He was in Alabama for a few days and is in jeopardy of losing his job.
Он был несколько дней в Алабаме и может потерять работу.
Your Honor, the bond as it sits now is $50,000.
Бонд сейчас назначен в сумме $50,000.
And at this current time, my client is unable to afford such a high bond, Your Honor.
На данный момент мой клиент не может позволить себе залог такой высокой суммы.
This is mainly due, Your Honor, to the fact that he lost his most recent paycheck.
Это из-за того, что тоже у него пропал как бы самый последний платежный чек на заработную плату.
Correction, Your Honor, 2 paychecks.
2 платежных чека.
Your Honor, if Your Honor would be inclined to reduce the bond,
если бы вы смогли уменьшить сумму залога,
my client would be able to afford at least $500.
мой клиент сможет себе позволить, по крайней мере, как минимум хотя бы $500.
And once he posts the bond, Your Honor, he would be able to prevent himself from losing his job and being able to afford his defense.
И если таким образом он сможет не потерять свою работу и сможет себе позволить нанять защиту.
Your Honor, my client would also like to report he will have to pay back his brother-in-law for his attorney's fees.
И мой клиент хочет также доложить о том, что ему нужно будет выплатить брату сестры за сумму стоимости адвоката, эти деньги вернуть.
And also, Your Honor, with full disclosure, he does drive the 18-wheelers and he does drive out of state.
И он также водит, то есть водитель грузовика 18-колесного и ездит по разным штатам.
But he does have very close friends in the Orlando area and is able to stay with them.
Но у него есть очень близкие друзья в районе Орландо, и он может с ними, у них остановиться.
He's never had a failure to appear, Your Honor.
Он никогда не было такого, чтобы он пропускал суд, не появлялся.
So we're asking, Your Honor, to please reduce the bond so that my client can post and not lose his job.
Мы просим, пожалуйста, чтобы вы уменьшили сумму залога, чтобы мой клиент мог себе его позволить и не потерял работу.
And be able to participate in his defense.
И сможет таким образом позволить себе защиту, имеется в виду, то есть вот адвоката.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Это все, что у меня есть.
What says the state?
Your Honor, in regards to the bond, it's currently set at 50,000, which the state believes is reasonable.
На данный момент залог установлен, штат говорит 50 тысяч, и они считают, что это резонная сумма.
As it is an F2 and a sexual offense by nature.
Поскольку это F2 проступок, сексуальный проступок, ну, по природе сексуальный он.
Judge Shoemaker signed the warrant before the information was filed, and also he set it at $50,000, also indicating that he potentially thought that that was reasonable.
Судья подписал приказ на арест и установил в 50 тысяч залог и считал, что это резонная сумма.
State's concern is the defendant's community ties.
Он переживал о связях подзащитного общественных.
As Ms. Felter has already put on record, the defendant is a truck driver who leaves the state.
Как уже сказали, что подзащитный он водитель грузовика. И I'm sorry, could you repeat what about the state? He lives out of the state?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. И живет в другом штате.
I believe Mr. O'Mara was in contact with the ASA on this case yesterday.
И мне кажется, что с ним навели контакт по поводу этого дела вчера.
The ASA expressed her concerns as well about his community ties and any potential immigration issues.
И также они говорили по поводу того, что их беспокоит его связи, общественные связи и проблемы по иммиграционным вопросам.
The state's asking that you stay the bond as currently set, given the facts of the case and the potential loose ties to the community.
Штат просит, чтобы вы оставили залог в 50 тысяч, как он был назначен, рассматривая его эти общественные связи, которые у него есть, и факты, которые есть по этому делу, делу.
There's also a note, and I believe Ms. Felter touched on it, that the defendant was picked up in Alabama approximately a week ago and was in transit back to Orlando.
Также была заметка, что подзащитного нашли в Алабаме, и он по пути в Орландо был.
Again, just showing his ability to get states away.
Также показывает это его способность, убежать.
As well as his expectation to be states away.
И также ожидание его, чтобы он мог быть, где-то в другом месте.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Это все, что у меня есть.
Any response from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is correct that my client was picked up in Alabama.
Защитник ваш говорит, да, штат правильно говорит, моего клиента задержали в Алабаме.
But, Your Honor, he was driving at the time under his employment. It wasn't that he was getting states away. He was unaware of the warrant.
Но в это время он просто работал, он ехал, работал, и он не знал о том, что выдан был приказ на его арест.
Your Honor, my client has a passport and is willing to surrender same.
У моего клиента есть паспорт, и он готов как бы, ну, его в залог тоже дать.
But Your Honor, even with his employment, my client will have no problems appearing for any court proceedings.
Но даже учитывая его работу, у моего клиента не будет никаких проблем прийти на все заседания суда.
And he does have close friends here in Orlando that he can stay with.
И у него есть близкие друзья здесь, в Орландо, у кого он может остановиться.
But at this time, with the bond being set at $50,000, he's unable to afford the bond, Your Honor.
Но на данный момент с той суммой, которая была установлена, залог $50,000, чтобы его выпустили, он не сможет себе позволить эту сумму.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Это все, что у меня есть.
Counsel, do you want to take testimony so the court can consider any evidence that you want to present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Показания защиты вашей, чтобы дать какие-то показания, которые суд сможет рассмотреть.
He has to be sworn in.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Вы клянетесь говорить правду, только правду, ничего кроме правды, поможет вам Бог.
Как отвечать?
What do I need to answer?
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Вы клянетесь говорить правду?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, counselor.
Can you please tell the court why you were in Alabama when you were picked up on a warrant?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, суду, почему вы были в Алабаме, когда вас арестовали по приказу на арест?
У меня был груз. В данный момент я брал груз из Норс-Каролайны до Хьюстона. Алабама это было просто проездное место.
At that time, I had a cargo. At that particular moment, I had a cargo from North Carolina to Houston. Alabama was just a point of me passing by.
Sir, do you have a passport?
У вас есть паспорт?
Да.
Yes.
And are you willing to surrender your passport during these proceedings?
Вы готовы сдать ваш паспорт на время этих всех процедур?
Готов.
I am ready.
And sir, do you know approximately how much money you have in your bank account currently?
Вы знаете, сколько у вас денег сейчас на счетах в банке в настоящее время?
Совершенно нет, потому что у меня забрали телефон, и я 3 недели без связи. Примерно, точную сумму не могу сказать абсолютно.
I don't know, because my phone was taken away from me and I was 3 weeks without any connection. I cannot tell any amount approximately even.
And are you under any obligation to pay back your brother-in-law in New York for attorney's fees?
У вас есть обязанность вернуть деньги вашему зятю за стоимость услуг адвоката?
Да, это как за помощь я обязался вернуть деньги за всю помощь, которую мне помогают сейчас.
Yes, for all help that I'm receiving now, I took the obligation to pay it back.
And are you in jeopardy of losing your position as a truck driver for your company?
У вас сейчас есть опасность потерять работу как водитель грузовика с вашим работодателем?
Да, я 3 недели не появлялся без связи.
Yes, I didn't show up for 3 weeks without any connection with them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
He said without any connection with them, like meaning that she didn't even call them, like no show, no call, in other words.
Understand. Sir, would you have any problems appearing for any future proceedings in this matter?
У вас будут какие-либо проблемы с тем, чтобы прийти на заседание суда по поводу этого дела в будущем?
Нет.
No. And, sir, do you have any close family or friends in the Orlando area?
У вас есть близкие друзья или, может быть, близкие родственники, близкая семья в районе Орландо?
Да.
Yes.
How long have you known these friends or family?
Как долго вы уже знаете этих друзей или семью?
Полгода-год.
Like around 1 year, 6 months, 1 year.
Would you be able to swear and affirm that you will appear for every proceeding that you are required to appear for before the court?
Вы можете поклясться, что вы придете на все заседания суда, которые вам будут назначены по этому делу прийти?
Могу.
And will you
Yes, I
be,
can.
I apologize. And will you be in constant contact with myself and Mark O'Mara during these proceedings?
Будете ли вы сохранять непосредственный близкий контакт со мной и Косткомера в течение всего этого дела, пока оно рассматривается?
Конечно.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
У меня нет больше вопросов.
Any questions from the state?
У штата есть вопросы?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Да, коротко.
Sir, you testified that you have family or friends in this area for approximately a year to a year and 6 months?
I'm sorry, could you repeat 1 year, 2 years, 6 months? I didn't hear the last part.
A year to a year and a half?
I thought he said 6 months to 1 year, but let me go ahead and ask 1 moment. Translate what you said. Вы дали показания, что у вас здесь есть друзья, ну, как бы в этом районе, да, которых вы знаете от года до 1,5.
От 6 месяцев до года. В Орландо. Есть
months.
еще друзья, которые я знаю более 2 лет, находятся в штате Флорида в разных местах.
In Orlando, from 6 months to 1 year, I have other friends in Florida and different places that I know over 2 years.
Do you have any family in the Orlando area?
У вас семья есть какая-нибудь в районе Орландо?
Нет.
No.
Is your closest family member your brother in New York?
У вас близкая семья, брат в Нью-Йорке, да?
Самая близкая в Нью-Йорке.
The closest, yes, in New York.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Это все у меня.
All right, thank you. Any other argument from either side?
Другие какие-то аргументы с обоих сторон есть?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'm going to refer to my client as Mr. R with his permission, prior permission, that he is unable to afford the $50,000 bond at this time, Your Honor. But if it could be lowered, he will be able to bond out. He will be able to return to his job so that he does not lose his income. And if he's able to do that, he will have the money to continue his job and return back to Orlando whenever there is a proceeding before the court.
Да, Ваше Высочество, к судье обращаются. На данный момент я с разрешения предыдущего разрешения моего клиента обращусь к нему как мистер А. Тот бонд, который установлен в 50 тысяч, на данный момент, если сумма не будет уменьшена, то он не может себе ее позволить. Если же эта сумма будет уменьшена, то он может позволить себе этот бонд и сохранить работу, не потерять доход и продолжать зарабатывать деньги. Он сможет тогда, у него будет возможность появляться на слушании в этом суде и, собственно говоря, позволить себе необходимую защиту и все остальное.
Your Honor, as my client stated, he will be in constant contact with his attorneys, myself included, and will be able to appear for any court proceedings.
Как мой клиент указал, он будет в непосредственном контакте с его адвокатами и со мной непосредственно и сможет появиться на все заседания суда.
He is on the road, Your Honor, but he will be given plenty of time to report for the court proceedings. And also, it is not a long flight from New York if he is visiting his family.
Он на дороге всегда, но у него будет достаточно времени для того, чтобы прийти в суд, когда это нужно будет, и он не так далеко находится, собственно говоря, от семьи.
While he is in Orlando, he has friends that he's known between 6 and 2 years, 6 months to a year in Orlando that he can stay with.
В Орландо у него есть друзья, которых он знает от 6 месяцев до года, с кем он может находиться, остановиться у них.
And he also is able and ready to surrender his passport.
Он также может и готов отдать его паспорт на это время.
And at this time, Your Honor, as the bond is reduced and he's able to bond out, he will be able to continue his employment that will allow him transportation and other means to report to Orlando.
На данный момент, если сумма бонда будет уменьшена, то он сможет себе ее позволить и сохранит работу и сможет в любое время появляться в суде, когда это необходимо.
So at this time, Your Honor, we are asking Your Honor to please reduce the bond from $50,000 to a reasonable bond that my client can financially afford.
На данный момент мы просим вас, пожалуйста, уменьшить сумму бонда с 50 тысяч до какой-то резонной суммы, которую мой клиент сможет себе позволить.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Having considered the testimony and the arguments from both counsel, I have to tell you, ma'am, I'm not inclined to change this bond.
Рассмотрев показания клиента и аргументы с обоих сторон, я скажу, что я не готова, собственно говоря, не склонна к тому, чтобы уменьшить сумму бонда.
As you are aware, the court has to balance many factors, including the defendant's right to a bond, with protecting the community.
Как вы знаете, что суд должен оперировать и балансировать многие факты, учитывать многие факты, включая что угроза обществу и другие различные факторы.
And the victim, and securing your client's presence for future court dates.
И жертву, и то, чтобы обеспечить появление вашего клиента в будущих слушаниях в суде.
Because he is not from here, his work requires him to leave the state often, and he doesn't have ties to this community. These things all concern the court.
То, что он не отсюда, и он ездит по работе, и у него нет никаких связей, то есть его здесь, другими словами, давайте так скажем, когда они говорят, нет никаких связей с обществом, ничего здесь его не держит, у суда есть опасения, что не придете на суд.
Where is his passport?
Your Honor, his passport is at his brother-in-law's home in New York, upper state New York.
Где его паспорт? Его паспорт в штате, в Нью-Йорке у зятя.
Here's what I'll do. I will reduce the bond to $40,000. The conditions are he must surrender his passport before he can be released.
Это то, что я сделаю. Я уменьшу сумму залога, то есть бонда, до 40 тысяч, но прежде чем его выпустят, он должен будет отдать свой паспорт.
He can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case.
У него не может быть, не должно быть никакого контакта с пострадавшим или свидетелями по этому делу.
Are there any other conditions the state would request?
Есть какие-либо запросы, какие условия штат тоже требует по поводу этого?
Your Honor, I believe it's alleged within the warrant that the victim met the defendant at the Dunkin' Donuts. They would ask for a no return to that Dunkin' Donuts.
Поскольку, то есть они попросили, чтобы, поскольку там, было требование от Dunkin' Donuts, попросили, чтобы он не возвращался в это место в Dunkin' Donuts.
I will order you cannot go back there.
Я также в своем приказе напишу, что вы не можете туда возвращаться, в это место.
I will also order that you cannot possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription, and you'll be subject to random drug screens.
Я также прикажу, что вы не можете иметь в наличии никакие контролируемые субстанции, и также будете проходить периодические скринирования.
Go ahead, Counselor. Did you want to say something?
I did, Your Honor. I just confer, my client is not aware of the exact Dunkin' Donuts. He does not recall the location. Can we just get that address?
Yes, she'll give us the address.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Мой клиент не помнит, где находится Dunkin' Donuts. Можете вы нам дать этот адрес, дадут вам адрес.
I remember reading that, Miss May, but I don't remember the address, and I don't have that screen up anymore.
I'm not seeing an actual address within the affidavit, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm going to strike that because there's no way for him to reasonably comply with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Я это вычеркну, потому что он не может, поскольку нет адреса, он не сможет это соблюсти, этот приказ.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Удачи вам.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all we need from the interpreter at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your now services, ma'am. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Counsel, if you'd like to put your appearance on record.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. My first name is Matthew, and the last name is Ferry, Ferry, and I represent Mr. Craig Russell, who is standing to my right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Russell. You're here in 21 CF 15260 because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with trafficking in phenethylamines greater than 10 grams, sale or delivery of MDMA, possession of MDMA, and unlawful use of a two-way communications device. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case. Counsel, did you wish to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Before I make argument, may I elicit testimony from my client, Your Honor?
Please do.
Okay. Sir, please tell the court your full name.
Craig Russell,
And where do you live?
4174 Shorecrest Drive, Orlando, Florida 32804.
And how long have you lived at that address?
Pretty much my whole life. I worked for a job that required a lot of traveling about 4 years ago, but I've been there for a solid 3 years since then.
Do you have your parents reside
Yes,
here in Central Florida?
Yes, they live at the same address as well.
Okay. And what are your parents' names?
Jamie and Cliff Russell.
Okay. Tell the court a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to high school?
I went to Edgewater High School, and I graduated in National Honor Society and Beta Club, and I proceeded to go to Valencia for a civil engineering degree, but I switched my major about 4 times, and now I'm at UCF for interdisciplinary studies.
Very good. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Okay. And are you gainfully employed?
Yes.
Okay. And how so?
I work for the Barfield Group,
Okay.
which is a real estate company that specializes in eminent domain,
And where are they located?
off of McGuire and 50
Okay. And how long have you worked for them?
for about 2 years when I quit my old job to start back school.
Okay. If the court, currently bond is set as the court announced, are you able to post that bond yourself?
No.
Okay. Are you able to tell the court how much money is in your bank account?
Yes, about $2,000.
Okay. Let me see what anything else. Have you appeared at all court proceedings in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Will you promise the court if bond is reduced, you would appear at all future court proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. In the past, have you ever been arrested for any violent crimes against persons? Like battery, things of that nature?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, you just testified that you've never been arrested for a violent offense?
Arrested? Correct?
You were not arrested earlier this year for a battery?
Was it, the charge was dropped because it was,
The question was, were you arrested for it? And I believe you answered no.
so yes then.
And state, was that, can you confirm that charge was dropped?
It was.
Okay.
Have you ever been arrested for any other drug offenses?
Yes.
Do you recall how long ago the last time was?
It was a good, probably 6 years ago, 2013, so 7 to 8 years ago.
All right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Argument?
Well, Your Honor, I'll follow up on that, on the 2013 charge. Mr. Russell, were you sentenced to probation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you successfully complete all the conditions of probation
Yes.
without any violations?
No.
Okay. This argument now, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm asking the court to set bond in accordance with the bond schedule. And so on the trafficking charge, I'm asking the court to set bond in the amount of $50,000. On the remaining charges, I'm asking the court to set bond in the amount of $150. My client is 33 years old. He was born and raised in Winter Park, having gone to school. He's gainfully employed, has a very good job. He testified he doesn't have the financial means to post bond, but he has appeared at all prior court appearances. And for those reasons, we're asking the court to set bond in accordance with the bond schedule.
What says the state?
Your Honor, as you're aware, you do not have to adhere to the bond schedule as it is solely guidance for Your Honor. And given that the defendant does have previous drug history, state believes that it being doubled is reasonable. I believe the warrant was signed by Judge Bain recently, who arguably found that amount reasonable as well. According to Mr. Russell's history, he does have a 2013, the cocaine, oxycodone, and paraphernalia that was withheld. Prior to that, he also had a 2013 controlled substance DUI and violation of probation in Brevard. I believe the rest of Mr. Russell's history was all driving related, except for the battery that we have already told the court has been dropped, that he picked up earlier this year. The state's main concern is the amounts that Mr. Russell had on him. The phenylamines is arguably MDMA. And more than 10 grams is well over personal use, and brings a large street value as well. So state is asking that you stay the bonds as currently set.
All right, anything else, Mr. Ferry?
The state mentions a third-degree felony that occurred 7 years ago, and a misdemeanor charge. I don't think that's a basis to hold someone at the current bond amount. In addition, not to minimize the severity of the charges, but to put it in context, we are talking about, according to the affidavit, 15 pills, I think it indicated, for $300 in the affidavit. So
All right, thank you both. I do see his last conviction was in 2014. I don't see any prior failures to appear. And based on the testimony about community ties, it does appear that he has significant ties here to this community.
He does, however, have a prior VOP, Your Honor.
I see that. I don't have dates or.
Due to being barred, I don't have additional information other than there was a VOP.
Do you know what the charge was?
It came in originally as a possession of a controlled substance, DUI, and he pled to the DUI, and then there was a violation of probation. So it was adjudicated on the DUI and the probation.
All right. I will grant your motion, Counselor. I'll reduce count 1 to $50,000. However, I'm going to stay the other bonds with special conditions. Mr. Russell, you can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug screens while you're out on bond. You can have no contact with any known drug dealers. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
I don't believe there's anything else on the warrant, Your Honor.
I don't think so either. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferry. Please tell me your name. Mr. Carter, you're here in 21 CF 15263, charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. I'll stay your bond at $3,500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. You cannot return to Matthews Hope Ministry. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. And at this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 15263.
1 second, Your Honor.
Okay?
They have the wrong case number. Your Honor, Ms. George brought to my attention his out on bond. The case number is 21 CF 15263 is the exact same case number of his instant case now.
Oh.
I do believe that is a Scribner's error. I believe his out on bond case, which I believe pretrial can correct me if I'm wrong, is 21 CF
8539. You're right.
And it is a AgBat F2.
With a deadly weapon.
Yes.
Yes.
I
see that.
Make sure we had that correct.
The case number was incorrect. That's right. Thank you for catching that. All right, sir, good luck. You want to get in touch with your attorney right away.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Please tell me your name.
Pamela Catalano.
You're here in 19 CF 17220, because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on charges of battery with a prior offense. You have no bond on those charges. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. In 20 CF 601, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on a charge of battery on emergency medical care personnel. There's also no bond on that charge, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in that case as well. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Tony Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, you're here in 21 CT 7853, charged with driving while license suspended. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond on that charge is $500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. In 21 CF 15271, you're here charged with trafficking in MDMA and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case as well. There is probable cause. I'll stay your bond at $50,000 on count 1, $150,000 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Gregory Etienne.
Sir, you're here in 21 CF 15280, charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $3,500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Ariana Fluker.
Sir, you're here in 21 CF 15289, charged with possession of MDMA, resisting an officer without violence, and trespass to a property other than a structure. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2, and $500 on count 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case or any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription.
Your Honor, state would also ask for a no return to the Dr. Jack's Lawn Care, Termite and Pest Control.
I will order you cannot return there.
Yes, ma'am.
What says the state as to his out on bond cases?
Your Honor, if I can have 1 second, since there's multiple.
There are many.
In regards to 21 CF 11768, state filed a notice of non-filing, which is the reason for the ROR. He was charged with 2 F1s, 3 F2s, and 4 F3s, all drug offenses and firearm offenses. As to 11739, that came in as a conspiracy to possess controlled substance with intent, an F3. It was also an ROR due to notice of non-filing. As to 11738, it was a trafficking with a firearm, an F1. It was a notice of non-filing due to, there was an ROR due to a notice of non-filing. As to 11731, It was also a ROR due to a notice of non-filing. We just received the FDLE report on that. It came in as an F1, 2 F2s, and 2 F3s, all drug offenses, possession and selling. As to 11730, it came in again in F1, 2 F2s, 2 F3s, all possession related and sale and delivery related. It was an ROR due to a notice of non-filing. Zero. And then as to 11728, came in again an F1, 2 F2s, 2 F3s. Again, sale and delivery and other possession charges. So given that the offense that Mr. Fluker is here on today is also a possession charge, state is asking that you revoke all at this time.
Ms. George, any response?
You said you filed on all, you didn't file on any.
We filed on 11728. All the rest, we're waiting on FDLE. On one, we just got FDLE back on.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given the state has not filed on the remaining counts, that you take no action. And if you are inclined to revoke 2021 CF 11728A, that you revoke in double as opposed to revoking and holding him in no bond.
I'm not inclined to do that at this time. All of the offenses for which he is out on bond are drug offenses, and he's arrested for new drug offenses. So at this time, I'm revoking all of those bonds. Your attorney's going to have to file a motion in front of the trial judge, Mr. Fluker. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon. Please tell me your name.
Sean Gaines.
Mr. Gaines, you're here because there were 2 warrants issued for your arrest. 21 CF 15239 charges you with burglary of a dwelling and criminal mischief. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness. You can't return to the scene for any reason. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. In 21 CF 15240, a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with grand theft from a construction site and trespass on a designated construction site. Again, another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, it seems that these all occurred in the same event.
Good.
So I would just ask that, given that, even though they split them up into 2 separate warrants, that you treat the other counts as subsidiaries. From what I read, they were all on the same date, October 11th.
What says the state? Just a minute, sir.
October 11. I'm sorry, Your Honor, 1 second. Your Honor, I do believe that it potentially is from the same dates. It does appear to be the same warrant for each, so state will leave that within your discretion.
All right, I'll treat them as subsidiaries. It'll be 150 on count 1, 150 on count 2, with all of the same conditions. At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 13011. Sir, you raised your hand as though you have a question or something you want to say. You can say anything you wish, but everything you say here is being recorded and can be used against you later. I want to be sure you understand that. All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
My name is Jarko Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, you're here in 21 CF 15292, charged with possession of MDMA with intent to sell. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Let me ask, Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. In this arrest affidavit, it states that my client allegedly had 4 small bags of MDMA on him. Other than that, he had no scales, no large amounts of cash was mentioned in the arrest affidavit. The officer stated that because he had another person's ID and debit card, because they owed him money, which is a known drug dealer method to get paid. Your Honor, was the only other thing that I saw in this arrest affidavit. And because of that, I would argue there is no possession with intent to sell, given that all he recovered was the 4 small baggies.
What says the state?
Your Honor, I understand there is no other indicia other than the indicia that the officer recounted based on his training and experience. I personally have no training nor experience in that department to know whether or not that is a tactic for intent to sell or deliver. However, state would just point to, we do have approximately, I believe the weight was 0.9 grams, which is arguably over personal use. Personal use is usually approximately 0.1 grams. That's all the argument state has, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harrison, you keep raising your hand. You can say anything you wish, but everything you say today is being recorded and can be used against you. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. George, you want to talk to your attorney for a moment?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the same arguments I made, Your Honor, that
All right.
there was no intent to sell.
I find there is probable cause for possession of MDMA. It's the same statute number? Is it the same statute, Ms. May? It's 893.13.
One second. 893.136A is possession of MDMA ecstasy.
Your bond on that charge, sir, is $2,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Do you understand? Good luck, sir. Yes, sir. That's yours. Please tell me your name.
My name is Shamira Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, you're here in 21 CF 5324 because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a status hearing on charges of petty theft with 2 prior offenses and trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. There's no bond authorized on that capias. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, there was no, when I left here that day, nobody gave me a bond. Nobody gave me a court date. And that happened 5 months ago, and I still hadn't gotten a court date. And they issued me a court date. That was, well, I made sure that I asked them for my court date when I left that day. And they told me that there was no court date. And so that's what happened because one thing, I have my kids at home. And I shouldn't be getting in trouble for something that I already cleared up. I asked them before I left that day that I have a court date. So it's back in May, and now it's November.
It sounds like you think you have a defense to the charge, but because it's a capias, I can't change it. You're going to have to raise that defense to the judge who issued the capias. So what you'll have to do is call the number on that green piece of paper and ask your attorney to file a motion in front of your trial judge. Because if you have a defense, only that judge can change this. I can't do it.
Oh, okay.
I don't
So
have
I would
notes.
have
I don't
to,
have anything.
I would have to call them, and how long would that take for me to?
That's between you, your attorney, and that judge. So if I were you, I would call my attorney right away, as soon as I could call him.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you.
Andy Lane bonded.
Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Denisha Lyons.
You're here in 21 CF 15288, charged with carrying a concealed firearm and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Give me a moment. Your bond is $2,500 on count 1, $100 on count 2, with special conditions. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription, and you can't have contact with any known drug dealers. Good
Your
luck,
Honor, I
ma'am.
believe there was also.
I have a question.
Hold on.
I believe there's also a 1-year-old child present and DCF was notified.
All right, hold on one second. Let me look that up again.
I believe the child belonged to one of the co-defendants, so state's asking for no contact with co-defendants as well.
I will order you can have no contact with any witness or co-defendant in the case. You must comply with any plan set in place by DCF.
Wait,
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
can I have just a moment?
Yes.
Pretrial service, I was gonna ask pretrial services. I know they said they couldn't contact her emergency ties. If they can, could she qualify for pretrial release? I mean, I don't see any other convictions. You said,
Yeah, that's fine.
Your Honor,
She would qualify?
Yeah, she could qualify. She gave all the information.
Your Honor, given my client is unemployed, at this time, I would ask for pretrial release in this case. I know with the firearm cases, you like to put a bond on there. She can afford the max is 200, so I would ask for pretrial release in conjunction with the $200 bond amount so that she's able to bond out.
What says the state?
Your Honor, state has no objection to pretrial release, however, would ask for a bond in conjunction with that pretrial release due to it being a firearm offense and or due to her having a violent arrest history. And due to there being a child present.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to place you on pretrial release with all of the same conditions. Do you understand that? All right, good luck, ma'am.
That's straight pre-TR?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please tell me your name, sir. What's your name, sir?
McLean,
What's your full name?
Ty McLean.
You're here in 21 CF 15107 because a warrant was issued for your arrest for failing to register as a sex offender. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Let me look at the date on this. I don't think he was out on bond. Ms. May, do you have any different information? It says out on bond case, but I think the date is from prior to when he was out on bond.
I see that he bonded on the out on bond 13224 on 11/20. And the new law allegedly occurred
in October.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take no action on your out on bond case, but sir, you must comply with all of your sex offender reporting requirements. You understand that?
Yes.
All right.
And what was the bond?
What's the bond?
Oh, the bond is $5,000. I'll stay it. That's what's in the warrant. Yes. On this case? He doesn't have a bond.
So I guess we're just gonna leave the bond at 1,000?
How can I do that?
I did. When they arrested me, but I was doing all that.
In the it needs to be set for IA. Is it set for today?
Oh, okay.
But it's not set for today. Hold on, he's got an out on bond case. Right, the one we were just talking about, that did not occur after he was, right, it's not an out on bond case. Right. I don't understand how this gets it in front of the court. I feel like the parties have to do something to get it in front of the court. Can the attorneys approach? How do I get jurisdiction on this? All right, tell me how I get jurisdiction over that. just means that his old bond is still there. The bond that was on the warrant is still the bond on the warrant. I mean, y'all tell me what we can do with this. Yeah. So his bond stays the same. He'll still have to repost it though if the bondsman, right. Right, okay. If you guys find something else out, let me know. Okay. Good luck, sir. Oh. Please tell me your name.
Amir Muhammad.
Sir, you're here in 21 CF 15290, charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle and resisting an officer without violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case. You can't return to the scene for any reason. And at this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 3850. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. Mr. Perez, you're here in 21 CF 15277. Charged with fraudulent use of personal identification information, a scheme to defraud, defrauding a financial institution, possession of unauthorized driver's license, and grand theft. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. All right.
Your Honor, when setting bond state, we just have you take into account limited community ties. It does seem like Mr. Perez is from New York.
I show that he has criminal offenses out of New Jersey and Virginia.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, sir, your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, $5,000 on count 3, $1,000 on count 4, and $1,000 on count 5. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in this case. You can't return to the Chase Bank at 4444 Curry Ford Road for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Veronica Roman Quevedo refused.
21 CF 2356. I'll find her refusal a willing waiver of her appearance today. Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office to represent her.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a KPS, so I have to stay the bonds.
Yes.
It's $1,500 on count 1, $500 on count 2. Sir, please tell me your name.
Efren Rosario.
You're here in 21 CF 15294, charged with possession of alprazolam and possession of fentanyl. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, $150 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any known drug dealers, and you can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Madeline Santana.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Madeline Santana.
Sorry, I did not hear the Madeline. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're here in 21 CF 15259 because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $5,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, a firearm or ammunition. You can't return to the Wawa at 1201 South Cimarron Boulevard. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms.
Your
George.
Honor, for the out on bond, her out on bond cases 2021 CF 6314 AO and 2020 MM 91380.
I only see it for the felony one.
Which one?
I only see it for 6314.
6314? Well, for 6314, I would ask that you take no action. I believe the state and the PD assigned to that case have come to an agreement that the state is okay with not taking any action, should I say, Your Honor. So I ask that you not take any action on the possession of cocaine, 2021 CF 6314 AO. They reached an agreement before court, Your Honor, that they were okay not taking any action on the out on bond if you would be inclined to do that.
Your Honor, Ms. George did send me the email between the ASA and the PD that are on 21 CF 6314. That ASA does not have any objection to taking no action as to possession of cocaine. I believe Ms. Santana recently resolved another case, the possession of alcohol, the 21 MO 634 case, which is not before us today. And that ASA and the cocaine case agreed to that, so Ms. Santana could potentially complete PTD. However, I don't have any information as to the petty theft one prior.
I'm not inclined to do that. This is a violent offense, and the weapon is, to wit, a wine bottle. I'm inclined to revoke it and hold her at no bond. However, based on the arguments of her attorney, I'll revoke it and double it, so your bond in that case will be $2,000 with all of the same conditions that were previously set. Good luck, ma'am.
And no
As to the petty theft?
And no action on the petty theft. The possession of cocaine, $2,000. No action on the petty theft. Thank you. Sir, please tell me your name.
Reginald Scott.
You're here in 20 CF 145 because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on charges of battery on a law enforcement officer. There's no bond authorized, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Tyler Stafford.
You're here in 21 CF 3476 because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with DUI with serious bodily injury, 3 counts of that, 1 count of DUI with personal injury, DUI with property damage, and driving while license suspended with death or serious bodily injury. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. I'll stay your bond at $10,000 on counts 1, 2, and 3, $4,000 on count 4, $1,000 on count 5, $5,000 on count 6. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case. You cannot possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or controlled substances without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens, and you can't drive without a valid Florida license. Do you understand?
Yes.
Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release. Would you be willing to reduce some of the $10,000 bonds if he's also placed on pretrial release, given he does qualify? It looks like his last conviction that I see was in 2016, understanding that he is out of state, but.
Your Honor, state would object. He has VOPs in Florida showing inability to comply with court orders, as well as out-of-state convictions of operating impaired, which I'm assuming is that state's version of a DUI. It states that he was transported from Michigan 11/17. Also showing loose community ties to the area, so state would object to PTR at this time due to the seriousness of the offense, as well as the things state already mentioned.
I am not inclined to do that, Ms. George.
Yes, and counts 4 and 5, Your Honor, how much further?
It's 1,000 and 5,000. Oh, 4 and 5? 4,000 and 1,000.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Remain Stewart bonded.
Sir, please tell me your name. You can put your hand down. You're here in 21 CF 15299, charged with possession of cocaine with intent to sell, sale or delivery of fentanyl, possession of a new or legend drug without prescription, destruction of evidence, and resisting an officer without violence. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Did you have any arguments to make, Ms. George?
Can I have just a second, Your Honor? No, Your Honor.
I don't think there are any, but I wanted to verify before I
No, Your Honor, I don't have.
made my finding. Sir, I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause here. I'll stay your bond at 15,000 on count 1, 150 on 2, 3, and 4, and 100 on 5, with special conditions. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You can't have contact with any known drug dealers. At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 88120. Good luck, sir.
I don't understand what you're saying, you're revoking my bond.
So what that means is you are out on bond on charges of possession of cocaine, possession of fentanyl, tampering with evidence, resisting without violence, and criminal mischief. At this time, I'm revoking that bond. So you'll be held at no bond on that case. Your attorney's going to have to file a bond motion in front of the trial judge for you to get released. Yes, sir. Good luck. Sir, please tell me your name.
My name is Carl Andrew Townsend.
Mr. Townsend, you're here in 21 CF 15265, charged with possession of ammunition by a convicted felon and resisting an officer without violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you at this time.
Ma'am, I have an attorney. I haven't contacted her yet. She's representing me in another case. And I just wanted the court to be aware of that.
All right, so you're going to hire an attorney?
My finances are tied in with my wife, and we're going through a resolution of marriage, and I had a restraining order put against her. And she's put charges on me that will never see trial, much less the prosecutor even try to prosecute me of, because I don't know how she's got this leverage on me so quick, so fast, but I was under my restraining order for 3 or 4 days when I gave my brother my phone that she had at one time, and she called my wife to pick her and him and my daughter up at a lake at a friend's house, and she took that as me trying to call her, and I wasn't. And
So that's not why you're here today. You're here for this possession of ammunition by a convicted felon and resisting an officer without violence. Those are the only charges today.
I was returning the gun.
So at this time, your bond is $4,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. All right, good luck, sir.
Is there any bond?
I just gave you bond. $4,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2.
And there was another charge I was charged with.
You have lots of charges, but they're not.
I haven't heard anything of it. When I first came in, they had wrestled me to the ground. I lost paralyzation partial in my left leg. When I got here, I missed my first appearance. I have no charges of of reading anything.
Ms. George?
Yes.
I assume your office represents him in his other cases,
The one,
or actually, it's only one case.
14860.
Mhm. Can you make a note for someone to visit your client?
Yes, Your
Those charges are burglary of a dwelling with a battery with a firearm, grand theft of a motor vehicle, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, possession of firearm by convicted felon, tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement, shooting or throwing a missile into a dwelling, aggravated stalking after injunction, and battery. Those are those charges.
Those are serious charges.
Yes, sir, they are. One is a life felony,
Which one is that?
burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery with a firearm. So I don't have that case in front of me, but that's a punishable by life offense. So it's likely that you have no bond on that.
There's charges, okay, there's nothing really that I can say any further, Your Honor, that would be of any purpose.
No, sir, I can't affect those charges today, but I've asked the representative from the public defender's office to have someone come see you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck. Sir, please tell me your name.
My name is Felipe Way.
You're here in 21 CF 15261, charged with possession of cocaine, resisting an officer without violence, and indecent exposure. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on counts 2 and 3 each. Sir, you can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You can't have contact with any known drug dealers. Any other conditions the state would request?
Your Honor, just no return to the area, to the toll plaza at 408 and South OBT.
All right, I'll order that you can't go back to that toll plaza, sir. Do you understand?
Ma'am, I did this to get help for myself. Get into a drug program. Because if I don't, I'm a down crack if I don't get into a drug program.
So I'm going to ask your attorney to make some notes for her colleagues.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck. Ms. May, before we adjourn, we need to readdress Zara Dow.
ROR motion.
Yes, 21 MM 7111.
Should be granted. The state filed a notice and on file.